for being here. We're going to go ahead and get started this morning. We have our KBI director, Tony Mativi, joining us and going to introduce himself and a little bit more about the agency. So, Tony, we'll let you take it from here.
Committee, I came prepared to give you sort of a general introduction to the KBI, but the chair asked me to spend a few minutes introducing myself. So I'm happy to do that. I was nominated to be KBI director by Attorney General Kobach on January 9th of this year. This was not a job that I had ever envisioned myself in or planned on, but I was particularly delighted with the opportunity. I spent almost 30 years as a prosecutor. I started out in the DA's office in Shawnee County in 1993 prosecuting speeding tickets, and I worked my way up to murder cases. And I went from the DA's office to the State Attorney General's office. I was there from 1996 to 1998. Carla Stovall was our AG at the time. And I prosecuted arson and explosives cases for the AG's office all across the state of Kansas, which was fascinating work. I thought it was the best job a person could ever have. But then in 1998, I got hired by the feds, by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Kansas. I got hired under a meth lab grant to prosecute meth lab cases. And this was back at the height of the meth lab epidemic. Not that we don't still have a meth epidemic here in Kansas, we do, but this was back when all of those coffee pot and Bunsen burner meth labs were blowing up every barn and trailer park in the county. So that sort of developed into a specialty where I was working on complex drug organization cases. And I did those for a number of years. And then in 2007, I had a really unique opportunity. The Department of Justice was asking for volunteers with complex case experience to go to Baghdad and work on the war crimes trials. So I volunteered for that, and I was selected. And in 2007, March of 2007, I showed up in Baghdad. And it was not a good time to be in Baghdad. In the first 90 days I was there, we had 88 rocket and mortar attacks on the Green Zone where I lived and worked. But I was assigned to assist the 4 Iraqi prosecutors that were prosecuting what was called the 1991 Intifada or uprising. By the time I got there in March, Saddam had already been tried, convicted in 3 different cases, and executed. So our lead defendant in the case I worked on was Saddam's cousin, a guy named Ali Hassan al-Majid. They called him Chemical Ali. So I helped the Iraqis try and convict Chemical Ali and several other members of Saddam's regime for war crimes and atrocities that they committed in 1991 in the Basra province during the 1991 Intifada. I came back to the U.S. Attorney's Office. I did some of the major cases, the capital cases, for about a year. And then in 2008, DOJ again asked for volunteers. This time they were looking for prosecutors to go work on some of the Guantanamo detainee cases. So I volunteered for that. What I signed up for was come out for a year, work on what's called a non-HVD, a non-high-value detainee. At the time, there were about 250 of those in Guantanamo, and they wanted experienced federal prosecutors to come help move those cases. So that's what I signed up for. But I showed up on the first day, and already, because I'd been doing my time in Iraq, I had a top secret clearance, and the boss said to me, hey, I know that's what you signed up for, but we have an opening on one of the HVD cases, one of the high-value detainees. Would you be willing to spend your time here instead working on the prosecution of the USS Cole bombing? And in my most professional voice, I looked at him and I said, duh. So I ended up joining the Cole team. At the time, there were 3 prosecutors. It was me, an Army colonel, and a Navy captain. And 6 months later, the Army colonel rotated out, and the chief prosecutor came back to me and asked if I would be willing to take over as the lead prosecutor on the case. So I did. And I ended up spending about 5 years leading a joint military and civilian team of prosecutors, paralegals, analysts, and investigators, prosecuting the guy that Osama bin Laden sent to Yemen to blow up the USS Cole in 2000. And it was an incredible privilege. When I started out in Topeka prosecuting speeding tickets, I had no idea that 15 years later I'd be standing in front of a military judge in an expeditionary courtroom at Guantanamo, saying that I had the privilege of representing the United States of America against this particular al-Qaeda terrorist. So it was an amazing, rewarding transformative experience for me as a person and as a prosecutor. I came back from that, back to the District of Kansas in 2013, and between then and when I retired in November of 2020, I did national security cases. So a number of the national security cases in Kansas that you may have heard of, I was the lead prosecutor on. Terry Lee Lowen, the guy in Wichita that joined Al Qaeda and wanted to blow up the Wichita airport. John Booker, a young man in Topeka so Lowen radicalized online. He joined Al Qaeda. John Booker in Topeka, who was 18 years old when he radicalized online, joined ISIS, and he wanted to blow up he wanted to drive a truck bomb onto Fort Riley and blow up the base hospital on Fort Riley. We got undercovers in on them, arrested them, prosecuted them, sent them off to federal prison. And then I had the three Southwest Kansas militia members who plotted to blow up the apartment building in Garden City filled with Somali Muslim refugees. That was my case. And there were a number of others, both counterterrorism and counterespionage cases that I worked on there at the tail end of my career with DOJ, including the Chinese scientist who was a professor at KU that we charged for stealing academic intellectual property and transferring it to the Chinese Communist Party. But I retired from DOJ in November of 2020. I took a nice, cushy, lucrative job in the private sector, and my poor wife thought we were on a nice, steady glide path to retirement. And then I decided to run for Attorney General. So everybody in this room certainly knows how well that turned out for me. But after the primary, Chris came to me and asked if I would be willing to take this job as KBI director. And I thought, wow, what an opportunity. I've worked closely with the KBI for 3 decades. I've been an end user of almost every product generated by the KBI. I have had always, over the course of my career, immeasurable respect for the organization and the people who work there. And it was a tremendous privilege to be asked. And so I said yes, even though it appears, I guess my primary qualification for the job is I'm a failed politician. But since arriving at the KBI, I have been really overwhelmed by how much it is that this organization does, that even as a prosecutor for almost 30 years, even after putting countless KBI agents and KBI scientists on the stand in my cases, I had no idea how much this organization does. Much of it is behind the curtain and invisible, not just to the public, but to law enforcement as well. So that's one of the things I would like to talk with you about today and give you sort of an overview of what we do. The KBI was started in 1939 when 2 organizations approached the Kansas Legislature and asked for help addressing what were at the time the 2 biggest criminal justice issues of the day. And those 2 organizations came to the legislature and said, hey, we need a statewide law enforcement agency to help us tackle these problems. The organizations were the Kansas Bankers Association and the Kansas Livestock Association, because the 2 biggest criminal justice issues of the day were bank robberies and cattle thefts. So the KBI was created back then to be a statewide resource for law enforcement. And what a lot of folks don't realize, especially the folks who come from the bigger cities in our state, we have about 378 law enforcement organizations in this state, police departments and sheriff's offices, right? 70% of our law enforcement organizations in this state have 10 or fewer officers. Let that sink in for a minute. 70% are really small departments. And the main reason that we exist is to provide resources for those departments when they have cases or investigations that exceed their capabilities. That's the reason that we were founded. And it's really the reason that we continue to exist today, is to provide a resource for those departments. When that chief or that sheriff picks up the phone and calls the KBI for help, that's not a call that they make lightly, right? There's a lot of deliberation that goes into picking up the phone and saying, we need help. Unfortunately, because of our resources, when we get that call, we have to say no far more often than we should. And I tell people a story about when I got this job, my mom, my 82-year-old mom said, "So tell me about this job. What is it that you do?" And I said, "Well, Mom, I'm the director of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation." She said, "But what do you do?" And I said, "Well, Mom, I run a statewide organization with 400 employees and a $50 million a year budget and a mission that I very passionately believe in." And she said, "Right, but what do you do?" And it's hard to explain to my mom that what I do is I try very hard to put this organization in a position so that when we get that call, we can say yes as often as possible, right? That is our customer base. Those are our group of customers. And that is a very diverse customer base, right? What Sheriff White in Pratt County needs from the KBI is very different from what Sheriff Easter in Sedgwick County needs, or what Sheriff Hill in Shawnee County needs. So it's a very diverse group of customers, but there is a need there across the state that the KBI fills. And I'll talk with you a little bit about how we fill that need. We have three main roles at the KBI. Our investigations division, our forensic laboratory services, and our information services. And I'll break those down. Our investigations division is sort of the outward facing part of the Bureau, the face of the Bureau, if you will. When you think of the KBI, somebody picking up the phone and calling the KBI, you think they're probably asking for investigators. You think about the Clutter murder, right? You think about our participation in apprehending BTK, things like that. Significant events that have taken place in our state. That's the face of the KBI for many people. Our investigations division really is divided into two separate types of operations. We have field investigations, and that's the reactive side of the house. When a sheriff or a chief calls and says, "We need help," typically it's the field investigations division that responds to either assist in or to conduct the investigation. Now, the KBI is sort of like an a la carte menu. We can go from dispatching an entire investigative team to take over a major investigation for a small department that just can't handle it, or we can assign resources to help with an investigation. So within our investigations division, we have specialized teams like the crime scene response team. If all the department needs from us, they don't need an investigator. They have a lead detective that they believe is competent to handle the case. They just need help processing the crime scene. Well, we can send the crime scene response team to them. Or we can send the child victim unit if they have a case involving a child victim. That's pretty specialized stuff. And not every investigator is capable of dealing with those child victims or child witnesses. And so our child victim unit is a very specialized and very necessary resource. And it's something that we're going to be coming to the legislature this session asking for help with, but I'll follow up on that in just a minute. Cyber crimes unit. As we go online, as more information either goes online or into this device, it can be tremendously beneficial in helping solve crimes, but it's very sophisticated, difficult, and time-consuming investigative work. I was at a presentation recently on emerging technologies, and one of the presenters ran us through a couple of scenarios. I mean, think about this for just a minute. Your cell phone, every one of your cell phones, knows every other cell phone that's in this room right now, right? So on your person right now is a device that investigators can use to figure out who was in your presence at a given time. Every cell phone knows every smartwatch that's in this room. Every cell phone in this room knows every set of earpods that's in this room, right? The amount of data it has about where you've been, even just today, right? What Wi-Fi hotspots have you passed today? All of that is in here. So the presentation was, what would the John Bonet investigation have looked like if it happened when everybody had a cell phone? And then the second half of it was, what would the OJ investigation have looked like if everybody had a cell phone? And it was fascinating. But the flip side of that is Not every one of those small departments has the capability to utilize this kind of evidence, even though it's present everywhere. So that's another kind of resource that we at the KBI offer to those small operations, small agencies. So I talked with you about the reactive side of the KBI. Now I want to talk to you about the proactive side, and that's what we call special operations. Special operations is the folks who do proactive work. So for example, when I took this job, one of the things that the Attorney General told me is, I want you to devote all available resources to interrupting fentanyl trafficking into and through the state of Kansas. So we have set up a number of special projects. Our biggest one that we'll talk more about today, we call JFIT, the Joint Fentanyl Impact Team. Those kinds of proactive law enforcement operations live in our Special Operations Division. So if you're an agent in the Special Operations Division, you might go undercover and buy drugs. You might do complex investigations into huge criminal organizations, like the cartels that are trafficking fentanyl right now. That's the kind of work the Special Operations Division does. Within Special Operations, there's something that we call the Criminal Intelligence Unit. These are our intelligence analysts. A lot of folks outside of law enforcement don't realize how important intelligence analysts are to the work that we do, especially when we're investigating large and complex organizations. But really, they get involved in almost every case. So an analyst is someone who goes out on the internet and accesses available information. Some of it's coming from law enforcement databases, but much of it is coming from open source. So for example, we get a tip that a guy with a certain Snapchat handle is selling fentanyl. And I will tell you that a lot of fentanyl is being sold over social media these days. So that's how a tip might come into us, is that, hey, there's this guy on Snapchat with this handle or moniker that is selling fentanyl in Garden City. So our analyst will go out and build a portfolio of information using everything that he or she can find open source about who is this person, right? Who's the person behind that handle? And it's fascinating work. It's critically important work. At the FBI Academy in Quantico, they start their agents and their analysts together when brand new folks go through training. And I think they spend 8 weeks in the same training, and then the analysts branch off one way and the agents branch off another because of how closely intertwined analysts are with the investigative work. They're mostly young people who do this work, who have a familiarity with the internet and apps and things that I just don't have. One of them, a young woman who works for us as an analyst, I asked her one day, I said, "What's your favorite part of your job?" And she says, "I get to creep on people all day." Analysts are absolutely critical to what we do in law enforcement today, especially at the KBI, where we do so many large, complex investigations and drug investigations. Our high-risk warrant team is another resource that we offer statewide. There are 2 of these types of teams in the state. This is something that as the director, I realize these are the folks that are really doing the most dangerous work that we do. The high-risk warrant team was created to help us finish our cases, right? Especially if by the time we get to the end of the investigation, we have a very dangerous person that we need to take into custody. But we also offer that as a resource to a lot of the smaller departments around the state. It is tremendously dangerous work. It costs a lot of money to equip these teams and to train them. And some local departments have SWAT type teams, some don't. One of the things that I found since I arrived is there wasn't a lot of coordination going on between the 2 statewide teams. And that's something that I think we have improved very dramatically just in the few months that I've been on the job. So KHP and their SRT, Special Response Team, and KBI's high-risk warrant team are now working much more closely together than they ever have in the past. And I think that's to the benefit of every Kansan and every Kansas law enforcement agency in the state. Our forensic laboratory, you may be familiar with the facility that we have on the campus at Washburn. That is our main lab, our Forensic Science Center. It's fairly new. It's 7 years old. I think it was an absolutely brilliant idea of Attorney General Schmidt and Director Thompson to collaborate law enforcement and what we do in the lab with academia and what the university is trying to do. So they set up this facility on the campus at Washburn. If you haven't been there, please let me know and let us take you through and show you the tremendous work that our people do in this amazing facility. I guarantee you it will be time well spent. You'll be fascinated by what you see there. But that collaboration, and that's something we're going to be talking about more today as well, because we want to replicate this project down in Pittsburgh. But the collaboration between academia and law enforcement creates a tremendous synergy. Our scientists serve as adjuncts for the science faculty at Washburn University. Washburn students intern in our lab. We actually have classroom space in this facility. We have a chemistry and a biology lab and a forensic science lab inside the KBI facility. So we have students coming in and out of the building, taking courses that our folks are helping teach. They're interning for us. They give us an amazing sort of recruiting pool, right? And then we provide an expertise that they wouldn't otherwise have. That allows them to offer degree programs that they otherwise wouldn't be able to offer. And it really provides sort of an invigorating presence there on the campus. And so that's what we want to try to do in Pittsburgh as well. But let me finish telling you about the lab. So there's the facility on the Washburn campus. In that facility,
I'm sorry, we're having trouble getting the PowerPoint all connected.
Have I been doing a PowerPoint that you guys can't even see?
That is correct. I was under the impression that he was actually going to be doing the PowerPoint. And so I had asked about that earlier, but they're okay. Hey, look, there's a PowerPoint. I know that this hasn't hit our email boxes yet and been uploaded. So as soon as Connie gets the email, she'll then disseminate it to us.
Where it is on your.
Okay. A little bit of confusion there. Well, hey, you're doing a great job. I was following you.
There it is.
Well, we all like pictures. So our IT guy yesterday was having some problems keeping it posted up. Just so you know, he was constantly having to click the white thing to keep it up on the screens. Just so you know.
I think we might have to.
Yeah, let me.
There it is up there. It was up there.
Sorry. Yeah, it won't let me pull things off your laptop.
KPI security.
Well, at least it's secure.
No, I don't. For it. Yeah, I don't think your thumb drive is activated for.
No worries. Carry on, Mr. Director.
Our main lab is on the campus at Washburn, but we have 3 satellite labs as well. We have a very small lab on the campus at Kansas City, Kansas Community College. It does firearm and tool mark in support of the gun crime initiatives in the Kansas City metro area. We have a small lab in Pittsburgh. We have 2 chemists down there who test drugs to assist the drug task force operating down there. And then we have a lab in Garden City, in Great Bend, that does much of the same kind of work as the main lab, just it's a smaller lab. Every day that our lab is open, we get 60 new submissions. 60 for every single day. Let me get back to the PowerPoint, at least for me, because it helps guide my presentation. You can get it back up for me. So this is the type of work the lab.
You're going to have to hold on 1 second. Open meetings got to be in front of the microphone. Only when I'm speaking.
So the KBI does, in the labs, we do biology, chemistry, DNA, digital evidence, firearm and tool mark, latent print analysis, toxicology, trace evidence, and blood stain pattern analysis. Like I said, not all of those disciplines are performed at every lab, right? The satellite labs are much smaller, but agency-wide, every day the lab is open, we get 60 new submissions. So that means evidence that has to be intaked, tested, sometimes by multiple different disciplines, reported, sometimes cross-referenced, right? If we get, for example, we might have one firearm involved in 5 different crimes, right? So there's a lot of cross-referencing that goes on, reports generated, and then scientists made available for courtroom testimony. All of that is encompassed within the lab. Right now, we use a laboratory inventory management system, LIMS, that was implemented during the Graves administration. So that's another of the things that we likely will be talking with you about. What's going on at the KBI and what do we need? What do we need help with? Now let me talk with you for a few minutes about our Information Services Division. This is the one that's mostly behind the curtain and that a lot of people don't see. Our Information Services Division maintains criminal history records for all adults and juveniles with regard to Kansas criminal history. It maintains the state's fingerprint records. Those are in a system called AFIS, the Automated Fingerprint Identification System. And one of the interesting and exciting things going on right now at the KBI is we are in the process of having a vendor upgrade AFIS to what's called ABIS, the Automated Biometric Information System. So instead of that database just managing fingerprints and the comparisons and the reporting out, it'll be biometric information beyond fingerprints, including retinal scans and photographs for purposes of doing mugshot comparison. That's a $6.8 million project that's taking place right now at the KBI. And it's something that we're struggling with. And I'll be happy to talk. We've talked over here before about the details of that and how we're trying to keep it on track. We maintain the offender registry databases for sex offenders, drug offenders, and violent criminals. We operate a system called KYBRS, which is the Kansas Incident-Based Reporting Service. So every law enforcement arrest report and incident report is funneled into the KBI, into the system called KYBRS. And that's how we track our crime trends. And that's the information that goes into the crime index that we publish every summer. We're going to talk a little bit more about that today also and what that index shows with regard to trends as to violent crimes, property crimes, things like that. In the post-George Floyd era, we had to substantially upgrade KYBRS because pre-George Floyd, it did not track use of force. That's something that obviously we have an obligation to try to keep track of. So KYBRS had to be significantly upgraded to keep track of that. We maintain the asset seizure and forfeiture repository. And then ISD also supports what's called the ks.gov system, the Kansas Criminal Justice Information System. And this is one that's really fascinating because even with the involvement that I had with law enforcement, I didn't realize how massive this system is and what it accomplishes on a daily basis. So ks.gov is the system where when an officer initiates a traffic stop at roadside, gets your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance, and then runs that, that means that the officer, either him or herself or through dispatch, is submitting that request for information to a switch called the ks.gov switch. And those requests go from the switch out to every single law enforcement database in the country and a couple of international ones as well to find out, hey, is this person wanted for murder in South Carolina? Is this car stolen? Things like that. All of the positive responses come back to the switch where they're assembled, compiled, processed, and then they go back to the officer at roadside. That takes an average of 6 seconds. And in Kansas last year, that happened on average 72 times a minute, just in Kansas. That is a massive flow of information through this switch. And our switch is old and it needs to be upgraded. We're thinking about replacing it with a bus. Please don't ask me to distinguish between the two because I don't understand, but the people who work at the KBI do. And that's one of the things that we're going to be talking with you about during the legislative session. That switch, as you can imagine now that you've heard an explanation of it, is absolutely critical to the day-to-day operations of law enforcement, right? That officer has to be able to know as they're sitting behind that parked car along the road whether that person's wanted, whether the vehicle is stolen, things like that. Let me pivot just a little bit and talk with you now about the threats that I see that are on the horizon. Our violent crime rate, when we published the index this summer, the headlines seemed to be that the violent crime rate was down, and that's true. I've said many times, statistics reveal a lot, but they also conceal a lot. Yes, the violent crime rate in Kansas is down for the second year. Those decreases are very mild, though, and we are still well above the 10-year trend line, first of all. And secondly, we're not even back down to where we were pre-pandemic. So when people hear that the violent crime rate is down, that's good news. I don't want people to be lulled into a false sense of security, though, because it is still very high statistically. What does that mean for the KBI? Because of the resource issues that we've talked about, I mentioned to you earlier, I wish we as an organization were in a position that every time we get one of those phone calls from our customers, we could say yes. We aren't. And so we have to prioritize. Our priorities are violent crime, crimes against children, public corruption, and we'll talk more in a minute about fentanyl, right? Violent crime makes sense, right? Violent crime includes that small jurisdiction that has a murder or a multiple murder or a missing child. Officer-involved shootings. We as a public expect that when an officer is involved in an on-duty shooting, that not be investigated by that officer's colleagues, right? We expect an independent and impartial outside investigation to be done. That typically is, or often is, the KBI. So we do a lot of those officer-involved shootings under our violent crime umbrella. If the violent crime rate is consistently above the 10-year trend line, that means it's going to require more resources from the KBI because that's one of our investigative priorities. Another investigative priority is crimes against children, and especially internet crimes against children. Those are the cases that typically involve the distribution of what we call CSAM, child sexual abuse material. That's the transmission of pornographic images involving kids. Now, people have asked a legitimate question: why would you spend your time, given your resource limitations, on investigating the transmission of images? The reason is, historically, when you look backward at our cases, we know that in 52% of those transmission cases, that perpetrator had actual contact with a child. So it's not just the transmission of images. In well over half of the cases, a child is victimized by the person who's transmitting those images. Because that is such a vulnerable segment of our population, we believe that warrants making it a priority. Internet crimes as well. We've talked about how complicated those are. I'm going to drag my 82-year-old mom into this again. You know, I mean, as we go online as a society, she has all of her bank accounts online. She has access to that from her computer 24/7. But in my opinion, she doesn't have a high enough index of suspicion for dealing with all of the people out there that are trying to take her money, steal her retirement accounts, things like that. I wish we had the resources that we could focus on all internet crime, because small departments need help with that, but we don't have the resources. So right now we focus on internet crimes against children. And then there's fentanyl. This issue, it's important to us for a number of reasons. One is the Attorney General said it's a priority, right? So it's important to us for that reason. It's important to us because of the impact that we're seeing it have all across our society. We are seeing fentanyl mixed with every other illegal drug that's out there. We're seeing it sold on its own. We're seeing it laced into pills. So let's break that down for a minute. Fentanyl is being sold not just as fentanyl, and we're seeing it. Yeah, you bet. We're seeing it sold in pill form, often in sort of multicolored pills that look kind of like Skittles. Those pills are sold in bulk at the wholesale level. About 3 weeks ago here in Kansas, one of our undercovers made a purchase down in Wichita of 2,000 fentanyl pills, and she paid $4,600 for those. When I started this job in January, the agents were telling me that the street price of fentanyl was between $20 and $30 a pill. That has dropped on a weekly basis just in the amount of time that I've been on this job, to the point where we had an agent buy in bulk in Wichita 3 weeks ago and pay $2.30 a pill. Now, the street price of those down in Wichita right now is running about $5 a pill. So you can see the profit margin there. But one of the really concerning things about fentanyl is as it becomes more available, the price drops, which makes it even more available. So it's sort of this tightening death spiral of availability. We know historically that street prices of drugs in Kansas trail street prices along the southwestern border by about a year. So what we're seeing drugs go for in Kansas today is what they were seeing in Nogales and Tucson a year ago. Well, today in Nogales and Tucson, the street price of individual fentanyl pills is about 33 cents a pill. So we know that that price is going to continue to drop, which is going to make it more affordable and therefore more available. But let me go back to how we're seeing it. So in addition to the fentanyl pills that we see it mixed in with all of the other illegal drugs. So fentanyl can be mixed in with meth. It can be mixed in with crack. It doesn't really get mixed in with heroin. It's being manufactured to masquerade as heroin. So what the agents tell me is that you can't really get heroin in Kansas anymore. What you get is fentanyl that looks like heroin. But that brick of what's being sold as black tar heroin was manufactured for a few $100s, whereas a real brick of black tar heroin, you would have had to pay $10,000, just ballpark, to purchase it, right? So the effects are very similar, opioids. So the dealers can represent it to be black tar heroin. The user believes it's black tar heroin, but it costs them a fraction of the price to produce. We're seeing it even sprayed on loose leaf marijuana. So here we are in a society that is normalizing marijuana use, and yet this incredibly dangerous drug is being introduced into the marijuana. And we have had a death in Kansas of a young person who thought they were smoking a joint that was actually laced with fentanyl. So we see it mixed with all of the other illegal drugs. We see it sold on its own, whether it's in pill form or even powder or liquid, so that folks can manufacture their own pills. And then we see it laced into drugs where you wouldn't expect to find it, like oxycodone, Percocet, Xanax, Adderall. One of the really troubling things about fentanyl is the lethality of it. 2 milligrams of fentanyl is a fatal dose. You can fit 2 milligrams of fentanyl onto the tip of a lead pencil, and that's a fatal dose. So not only is it incredibly dangerous in small quantities, but the way in which it's manufactured is incredibly unreliable and inconsistent. So we in the United States are used to purchasing pills that were manufactured by regulated pharmacies in a tightly controlled environment. So the aspirin or even the Xanax or the Percocet that you take that was manufactured in a laboratory was made in a huge vat with thousands of gallons that are stirred mechanically for hours and hours until the mixture of active ingredient to binder is exactly this. It's completely consistent throughout the entire batch so that every single pill has the exact same amount of active ingredient. That's not how the cartels are manufacturing fentanyl, right? Fentanyl that's available on the streets is being manufactured in 5-gallon buckets in a garage or a warehouse using an old boat paddle to stir it. And as a result, the pills that come out, when they come out of these presses, they look very legitimate, right? But one might contain all binder and no active ingredient. Another might contain a milligram of fentanyl. Another might contain 2, and another might contain 5. So the way that translates is if a kid is trying to buy an Adderall from a high school classmate, that Adderall could look very legitimate. But if that didn't come from a pharmacist, you have no way of knowing whether or not it's safe. And even if the buddy that's selling it to the kid says, hey, I took one of these yesterday and I was just fine, that could have been one of the pills that was all binder and no active ingredient. And the pill he sells his buddy could have a fatal dose of fentanyl in it. So we have reached a point in our society at the same time that we're normalizing drug use, at the same time it's okay to experiment. We have pills on the street that look legit, that when the DEA campaign says one pill can kill, that's not an embellishment. So we have an incredibly lethal drug that is inconsistently and unreliably manufactured. The prices continue to drop, and it becomes increasingly available all across our state. And it's being sold. I mean, it's not just being sold to our kids, right? Fentanyl overdoses are now the leading cause of death among Americans under 40 years of age. It's not just kids. Okay. But the kids we talked about what a vulnerable population it is, and we know that it's being sold using social media. The undercover purchase that the KBI agent did in Wichita 3 weeks ago was arranged entirely on Snapchat. We talked to parents who, I'm a parent, I'm fairly literate when it comes to the internet and social media, but I have no idea what the capabilities are of some of these apps, and I have no idea what my kids are doing with them, right? And we talk to a lot of parents who are in the same boat, who wake up and find that their teenager has overdosed on fentanyl from a pill that they ordered online through a social media app after the parents went to bed and got delivered to the house. Senator Marshall says, and I completely agree with him, it's easier for a kid to get a fentanyl pill today than it was for me to get a beer when I was in high school. And you know what? It was pretty easy for me to get a beer in high school. It's even easier for kids to get fentanyl-laced pills where they're not expecting to encounter fentanyl. I am concerned, having lived through the crack cocaine epidemic. I was in a very different capacity then. I was a young paramedic working in Denver, and I remember hearing crack was coming. And we didn't see it for a long time. And I'll never forget being on duty and hearing that first crack cocaine overdose call dispatched. And from then on, it was like they opened the floodgates, and it was crack OD after crack OD after crack OD. I remember the meth epidemic, and we're not out of that yet. We addressed the meth lab problem, but here in the Midwest, meth is still king. At the KBI laboratory, every year we get about 9,000 to 9,500 drug submissions. And the number one drug submission for the last many years has been meth. Meth is consistently number one. Marijuana is consistently number two. But for the last 3 years, fentanyl entered the top three about 2020. And since then, the really scary thing about it is between 2020 and 2022, the number of fentanyl submissions to the KBI lab has increased 900%. And we're not seeing it plateau. We're not even seeing it taper. So when I talk about a tidal wave, that's what I fear is out there. It's incredibly lethal. It's dangerous in small doses. It's inconsistently and unreliably manufactured. The price continues to drop, and we're seeing an exponential increase in the amount of it that's out on the streets. If you think back to the meth days, do you remember the meth awareness campaign where we used to see serial book-in photos of the meth user, right? First time they're booked for meth possession, they look pretty normal. Second book-in photo, they look kind of rough. Third one, fourth one, fifth one. And by the time you see the fifth one, you look at it and say, yeah, that person looks like they probably would have died of meth use. Right? You look at the faces of the fentanyl victims, that's not what that looks like. That looks like you ripped the page out of a high school yearbook. Right? It looks like there's a kid from the football team, and there's a kid from the wrestling team, and there's a kid from the debate team. It's pervasive in our society, but is increasingly pervasive among the kids. And that's what's really, when you put all of that together, that's what's so worrisome about the fentanyl problem. We are doing what we can to address that. First of all, let me tell you, there is no demographic, there is no part of our community that's immune to this drug. We're literally seeing it everywhere in our state. When people ask me what's the biggest myth about fentanyl, I tell them the biggest myth is can't happen to me, can't happen to my family, can't happen in our community, because we see it everywhere in the state. We have a KBI agent, one of our very experienced senior drug agents in Southeast Kansas, who this spring woke up on a Friday morning and found his 18-year-old son dead in his bedroom from fentanyl overdose. I spoke last week with a former Garden City officer who's now an undersheriff for one of the counties out in western Kansas, lost her 24-year-old son. So if it can happen to these folks, if it can happen to us, it can happen to you. If it can happen in those communities, it can happen in your community, and it is happening in your community. So one of the things that we've done at the KBI is we've formed the JFIT, the Joint Fentanyl Impact Team. It is a collaboration between the KBI, the Highway Patrol, and some of our federal partners. And the mission of JFIT is to go after every single modality by which fentanyl can be trafficked into or through the state of Kansas. So for many years, the Highway Patrol and a lot of local departments have done an outstanding job with highway interdiction, which is making traffic stops where they find drugs that are being transported. The Highway Patrol is going to continue to do that great work, but we're going to expand on it together. Motor carrier interdiction is very difficult work because of the massive volume that some of these trucks can transport at a time, but we're going to go after motor carriers. We're going to go after bus and rail traffic. We now have because of railway consolidation, we now have a single rail line that goes from Mexico to Canada right through Kansas. So you can't convince me that there's not dope being transported on those trains. We know that it's being flown. So we're training a number of the JFIT agents to specifically target aviation interdiction. And then finally, hotel motel interdiction, but most importantly, packages. We know that pure fentanyl is being shipped in packages. When I started at the KBI, there was not a single law enforcement canine in Kansas that was capable of detecting pure fentanyl. They could detect the other illegal drugs, and if fentanyl was mixed in with the other illegal drugs, they could detect that, but not pure fentanyl. So at the KBI, we now have 4 fentanyl detecting law enforcement canines. And then other agencies have added to that as well. But we could talk for a long time about the targeted enforcement efforts that we're undertaking with regard to fentanyl. The problem with that is this is such a huge issue, and it's so pervasive across our state that I vehemently believe we will never be able to enforce our way out of this problem. We have to educate. We have to raise public awareness. We have to let the kids know how dangerous it is. We have to let the parents know what their kids are up to. We have to bring in academia and the school districts, and we have to involve the healthcare system as well. So it really is going to require a whole of society approach to take on this problem. So I've already gone long beyond what I expected to, and it's not just the technical difficulties, it's me and the fact that I'm a lawyer and you can't shut me up. So would you, Bob, or you want to come up and address the other specific issues before we turn it over for questions and answer, Mr. Chair? Would that
Sure,
be okay?
that's
All right.
perfectly fine.
Great.
Let's go ahead and move on, and then we'll do some Q&A.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. As the director covered, clearly fentanyl is one of the biggest issues that the KBI is focusing our attention on right now. He mentioned a little bit the other one that we really wanted to talk to you about and really are spending some time on. Sure. And that is the issue of crimes against children. It is difficult to some degree to track the statistics that we would like to be able to give you in the crimes against children area. It's not one of the typical ones that's tracked by the FBI or even in the KBI tracking system. The ones that you would see on the KBI website, for example, are murder, rape, robbery, ag assault battery, burglary, theft, and motor vehicle theft. Those are the ones that get caught and you see on the crime statistics, and you can find on our webpage easily, all the way down to finding things like, if you wanted to know, in Hoxie, Kansas in 2022, how many thefts they reported. That granular level is there. The answer is 6, by the way. But you can't track that with anything in terms of particular child victim cases other than rape. And it does kind of get captured there, but not like we would like it to. So we kind of have to go outside to catch some of those statistics. And we get some from NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and we have to sort of parse it out. They don't do a great job of parsing it state by state, but we can sort of get a general sense of how big the problem is and how much bigger it's getting. Last year, NCMEC got 110,000 calls regarding missing children. Right now, NCMEC says in Kansas there are 52 missing children, according to their rolls and records. So it's a big number. Our own Department of Children and Families in 2023 took 72,385 reports. They classified 11% as sexual abuse, about 8,000 cases, and 31% as physical abuse, totaling about 30,000 of the cases in 2023 regarding, criminal level accusations about, that our children in the state. It's a big number. And that's one of the reasons why the KBI is taking it as one of our priorities, using just that kind of set of data. What we've done about it, at least in the last several years, we've stood up the Child Victim Unit, which has 6 agents across the state handling just Jessica Law cases. Jessica Law cases are the ones where the victims are under 14 and the subjects are over 18, and there's actual physical contact. We're averaging right now handling about 72 of those cases a year. That's a significant number. We need to address it more sufficiently than we are. So part of our ask in the next legislative session is going to be enhancing some things regarding the Child Victim Unit. In addition to that, another set of statistics that we use, and the director mentioned this as well, is the online activity issue. And again, we see staggering numbers. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children took 32 million reports about child sexual abuse material in 2022. 32 million reports. They got an 82% increase in sextortion cases and child enticement cases, where predators are getting online, trying to convince our children to take pictures of themselves, put themselves in compromising positions, get on in live action chat rooms, and then they're both using that, but also exploiting them, saying, hey, now you need to pay so I don't send this to all your junior high school friends. It is becoming a much larger problem day by day. You have helped us address that problem. In 2018, we came and asked for funding and help to deal with the issue, and asked for the Northeast Child Victim Task Force. And you helped us set that up and fund that. We see a great amount of work being done out of that task force. It's the only one that's currently stood up. They average working about 140. They do 140 search warrants a year. That task force piece does. Last year, we asked to increase that to our second part of the state, the west side, and you funded that. And we are in the process. In fact, the director had the pleasure this week of swearing in 8 new special agents that are going to go through our course, be assigned in various places. But part of that assignment is going to be some of them are going to be assigned to the West Child Victim Task Force. And in the coming session, we're going to ask to finish that tripartite system and ask for funding for a task force in the southeast part of the state, which will then cover all the parts. We believe we are missing a large amount of this work. As the director mentioned, most of our partner agencies, our client agencies are small. They don't have the capability to deal with this. They don't have the depth to deal with it. And we, quite frankly, don't. But we need to be able to step up and do more to get engaged and deal with that. Part and parcel of that also is our cyber crimes unit. And just a quick couple numbers there. In 2022, they worked 448 cases, 133 business email compromise cases, and 171 computer intrusion cases. You ask us to talk about trends and about techniques and about needs. And I think those are all intertwined. You see us, we're trying to understand what our issues are, trying to adjust our techniques to attack those issues, and then asking you for help when it comes to gaps that we can't cover. The final thing I would say is there's a new thing that we just are getting ready to get, that Boss talked about, for fentanyl dogs. We are soon to get a 5th dog. This is it's not going to be the kind of the Doberman Pinscher, German Shepherd, Belgian Malinois dog that you see police have. This is going to be a Labrador. And it's going to be a Labrador that is going to work with our child victims as a comfort dog when we're doing forensic interviews. But it's going to have another interesting little technique. Somebody figured out that there's some sort of scent inside of electronic chips, like in thumb drives and other things, that has a scent that dogs can alert to. We find in the number of search warrants that we do in those CSAM cases that our predators, our bad guys, are smart. They try and hide the evidence. So they try and find thumb drives that don't look like thumb drives, and they try to hide them. We are now going to have a dog that will help us in those search warrants track the electronic thumb drives as they're hidden in rooms or hidden in places or hidden in other devices, so that we can more successfully capture the information we need to successfully prosecute these folks. And with that, I'll stop citing statistics to you and point you to the KBI website if you really do want to find out about what exactly Hoxie's theft numbers are, and stand for questions. I'm sure the director will too.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I have just a couple of quick questions. Is there anything else that, this is for you or the director, that the legislature can do specifically as it relates to the fentanyl poisoning epidemic we're dealing with?
From my perspective, the end of the director's remarks matter the most. And that is, we've been in this war on drugs a long time. And it's cycled through heroin and cocaine, methamphetamines, and now fentanyl. We need to have your cooperation in getting all those other parts together, the healthcare community, the education community. The more that you see, and you see it from the perspective of all these agencies coming in and the Board of Regents coming in, so to the extent that you can carry that across to those other committees, to those other agencies, and communicate the point about, we've all got to work together and come up with, instead of just a war on drugs, an education process, a unified way of attacking and teaching our kids. Because, as the director says, an 18-year-old kid could be taking what he thinks is a relatively innocuous pill to help him study tonight. He's not a drug fiend, and he's dead. And the medical community, the first responder community, the education community, we just have to link up. And I think you can be the umbrella piece that helps us link all those pieces together.
Excellent. Of course, yeah, by all means.
So, you're going to see a bill. Ed Klump, I think, is going to be responsible for socializing it around, but it fixes some problematic language in the distribution statute. I think it was just an oversight when that was passed. So that's a specific statutory fix that we're going to offer up this session that I think will be really useful to the prosecutors in combating the folks that are manufacturing, distributing fentanyl. I droned on too long. I didn't really have a chance to talk about what we're trying to do down in Pittsburgh State. There is a real, we have a problem with our facility in Pittsburgh. It's not tenable anymore. And there's a big void in law enforcement in Southeast Kansas and in that whole 4-state region that we're collaborating with Pittsburgh State, just like KBI did with the Washburn University 7 years ago for the lab. We would like to put a dedicated law enforcement regional facility down in Pittsburgh, so we can give you more details. We've talked with the Joint Committee on Construction and Building about that already. Very favorably received, I think, and we can provide you with more details on that. And then this might not be the time or the place or a very popular answer, but taking away or curbing our ability to use asset forfeiture it is going to handcuff us. And so I know we'll have more of a conversation about that. I know that you don't want to cripple law enforcement, but that's a really nuanced issue that we're going to have to, I think, put a lot of time and attention into fixing it without hurting our ability to go after these organizations.
Absolutely, and hopefully December 6th is on your calendar because you'll be invited to share your thoughts there. And any other specific needs? I heard enhancements on the child victim unit. Obviously, this void in Pitt State. Any other specific needs that the KBI has that we as a legislative body can be aware of and prepare for or make recommendations on?
The only thing you didn't mention, Mr. Chair, is that fix to the statutory language.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that. Committee questions for gentleman from the KBI. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the information and got to hear some of this from our committee for the budget committee, the Transportation and Public Safety, and appreciate the updates on violent crime, because that was an enhancement request in the previous year. And I'm wondering, is that it looks like we're directing a lot of resources to the fentanyl crisis and other childhood crimes. And I did have the opportunity to review the Child Death Review Board annual report that came out on Friday. And I guess for perspective, when we're looking at violent crime and things that are impacting our children in Kansas, and reminder, this data goes from 2017 to 2021, so we don't have the previous 2 years. But in 2021, there were 9 childhood deaths related to fentanyl, and in that 5-year period, there were 20. And I think these deaths are preventable, and I appreciate that we're moving down the road to do so. And in that same period, in 2021, there were 44 firearm deaths for children and 151 in that 5-year period. And the majority of those are suicide, then homicide, as well as unintentional shootings. And I've got some numbers from Wichita. In that same reporting period, 1,470 guns were stolen from vehicles. And some of these guns I guess were stolen. I think most of those are stolen from cars. Is there anything we can do enhancement-wise? What are we doing to kind of the same thing as you said, like informing the public and instructing people how to safely secure their firearms, responsibly store them? Guns are falling into the wrong hands, and it's impacting our children. And from the report, it seems like if you're looking at just non-natural deaths, that firearms are the leading cause of death of children in Kansas.
So there are so many issues out there that I really wish that we had the resources to take on every single issue, right? I hadn't heard the statistics you just mentioned. Obviously, that's a problem. We're focusing right now on fentanyl just because of the nature of the crime. Clearly, that's an issue as well. And there's no reason that we can't and shouldn't be working on both at the same time other than bandwidth.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you. Just as Representative was speaking, two things came to my mind. My son was visiting a friend in Kansas City and had a brand new truck and left his computer in it and some other things. And it was broken into and the report was made and all that. Nothing will ever be found. But the police there said that people are breaking in with technology, because nothing was done to the truck. And in our community, Aggieville, there was a report of a gun, an AR-15 loaded on the seat of a car. And that person was arrested, when they found out who he was. And he said, well, I was afraid there'd be a fight in the bar. That's a legitimate, honest report. And I'm just wondering, because since she brought it up, storage of guns in vehicles, we do have legislation on that, don't we? I thought you had to have it in a certain way. Well, we maybe ought to look at that. I would be interested in your comments on that, because everything is being stolen out of cars right now. People are hurting financially and whatever. There's more crime. I think of the small crimes, nonviolent, but
Since my
lot of
youngest
theft.
enrolled at K-State, a very pretty, charming 20-year-old young lady, prettier than you'd expect to see, with me as her dad. I pay particular attention to those, and that's very disturbing. So a good friend of mine's oldest daughter had a car stolen in Kansas City about a month ago. And he said he called the Kansas City Police Department to report it. And the dispatcher asked him, was it a Kia or a Hyundai? And the answer was, it was a Hyundai, but it was stolen because of the way that those are manufactured. You can use a USB drive to start it. I forwarded to the AG about 3 weeks ago a suggestion that the AG get involved in litigation against those automobile manufacturers, because the way that they're manufacturing their cars is making them more susceptible to theft, which is causing law enforcement agencies across our state and across our country to expend resources they wouldn't otherwise have to expend. So my view of affirmative civil litigation is that's one of the things that the Attorney General's office can, and I don't mean to speak for him, but I would certainly like to see them do to help us recover expenses that our law enforcement organizations are having to incur because of the way these vehicles are manufactured. So we do have discussions about that.
Just as to comment back, my son's car was a Ford.
Okay.
So a big Ford truck.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Senator Feck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for your presentation. I got a bunch of questions. I'm going to keep a couple of these and go on down the road here. One of them is what I'm going to title, Who Checks the Checker? And what I mean by that is that you get the small group you talked about of 10 people, and you take a phone call from them for help. What happens if one of the checkers is a bad guy? When you got a community's in a situation, how do they get the KBI involved when the checker thinks they don't need to have them?
Yeah, there's a misconception, I think, among the public. A lot of the public, I think, thinks that their local law enforcement answers to the KBI, right? Because they call me and want to know, what to do when they don't agree with the chief's assessment of a particular case, right? I had one of those just last week. The KBI is unique among law enforcement because we are an organization that comes when called by another law enforcement organization. We don't have independent jurisdiction most of the time to force our way into a case, right? We don't have the statutory authority to do it. We have to be invited. We have to be asked by local law enforcement. We can investigate public corruption, but then it becomes a matter of, at what level is it appropriate to designate resources? Like you and I talked a couple weeks ago about the boats, the expensive boats we see on a boat ramp at a Kansas lake where the truck pulling it is tagged in Kansas and the boat trailer is tagged in Oklahoma. I saw one of those on Sunday at Pomona, by the way. At what point does it become appropriate for the use of KBI resources to investigate that? We don't have the resources to get involved in something like that. But I can tell you that we have 3 open investigations right now at the KBI. And I'm saying at least 3 because these are the ones that I can think of off the top of my head into conduct of law enforcement officers or law enforcement agencies. So it does happen. It can be a briar pit, right? It can be a tricky wicket to try to navigate, but it does happen. So there are situations where we do very much get involved in checking the checker, but it is a thorny area where we have to tread lightly.
So, Mr. Director, if you had a commission that passed a motion that passed the majority of the commission to invite you into that, would you come? Or would it have to be the police chief? Because you said law enforcement to law enforcement.
So that's where I turn to the very smart lawyers that we have at the KBI and say, look, does this comply with our statutory grant of authority or not? I can't answer that one off the top of my head, Senator, because I don't know.
Follow-up question. This one's a little bit different in the idea of, seen on TV the other day out in California, that a lot of the crimes are being committed by juveniles because they don't have to stay in jail as long. So they go out and recruit. You know, you lay around, worry about things at night. I worry about things like that too. You probably haven't seen that, but the potential for that, you know, if you didn't like somebody, you go out and hire a juvenile to do some damage, and then he doesn't have to spend as much time. Just wanted you to comment on that.
I'll tell you where that hypothetical gets really concerning for me, and that is the distribution of fentanyl on social media by juveniles. And that, I think, is a real problem for us. We had a HIDA program where we were routing HIDA funds to the U.S. Attorney's Office for 3 prosecutors to do drug cases. And I was very frustrated with them because we couldn't come up with an agreement where those kinds of juveniles got handled. We are going to see a case where a juvenile sells fentanyl to someone and causes their death. And I pulled the plug on that HIDA prosecutor position because we couldn't get the feds to help us with that. And so we're going to try to redirect that money to the state AG's office and have a prosecutor in there who can handle those juvenile cases in state court, because feds won't do them. Right. So it is a hypothetical because we haven't seen it yet that I know of, but that's the one where I think it has the potential to get real soon.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the KBI for help with our agency. It's something you didn't mention, but we have, in the 3 years that I've been under sheriff, 3 times we've had to ask the KBI to come in and help. And oftentimes the reason being is the appearance of impropriety. So when things are brought up that may involve one of our deputies or the sheriff or those type of things, or our family members, the KBI also does that for us. They come in to show that they have no connections, and it helps us, kind of put a wall up there that folks can see. We are not the ones making the decision. So I just wanted to tell you that for a small law enforcement agency to have that resource is so valuable, so valuable. So thank you.
Glad to hear that. Thank you very much.
Certainly. Further questions? Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Director, for being here. Thanks for your service. I just kind of wanted to make a comment that as we think about recommendations for this committee, I think that we all saw the revenue numbers that came out recently. Obviously, we're kind of at a time where the state coffers have fairly considerable resources, and I think we should maybe look at a recommendation this afternoon about addressing some of the critical needs that the director has identified, because I think I trust his leadership. I think we have the right person leading the KBI to make some of these critical investments. I would like to be able to see them provide more and better customer service. I think that what they're trying to do at Pitt State is critical. And so I think that we should really take to heart that now is the time that we can really make some investments that'll really serve us well in the future. And I would like for us to maybe talk about that more in depth this afternoon, because I'm heartened by the leadership. I'm heartened by what's going on, but obviously we can always do more to broaden the capacity and increase the capacity of what the KBI is doing. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if the director has a comment on any of that.
Thank you, Senator, for that vote of confidence. I'm truly grateful for that. When I look at the things that were accomplished ahead of me and the things that I think that I want to and that we need me to accomplish while I'm in this role, there has been a neglect of some of the critical infrastructure. And I understand it, right? I don't want to pay to replace the gutters on my house unless I absolutely have to. But we are reaching that state of critical need with a lot of our infrastructure in law enforcement right now. The ks.gov switch is an excellent example. I understand why we haven't spent the money on it up until now, but we can't afford for that to fail. And now, in my view, I saw the same reports, and in my view, now is the time, right? We have such a critical need down in Southeast Kansas for decent facilities for all of law enforcement down there. And we have a chance now to do it in a way that creates tremendous advantage, not just for us, but for the university and for young people in that region as well. And so I think it's a critical time for us to get on top of that while we can. So thank you for the opportunity to address that.
Yeah, I mean, I think about sort of the hard lesson we learned from our unemployment system during the pandemic when kind of for decades we had neglected to make these upgrades of critical infrastructure. And then we kind of got to a point where the rubber really hit the road and we really learned in a very harsh way how behind and how neglected we were. I would love to see us actually be a little bit government being actually a little bit ahead of the curve in proactively addressing some of these issues that you've set out that I think are the correct priorities and would love to get some appropriate resources toward those. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Certainly. Director, would you be able to send over a little bit more specifics by about 3 o'clock this afternoon? Maybe, I assume you've submitted your budget, some of those specific line items of what you're trying to do at Pitt State and some of those other requests. I think that would allow us to make a more specific recommendation versus a broad, we support the KBI.
We'll get those to you as soon as we get back to the office, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you. Further questions? Oh, Senator Fay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more that come to mind here. When you get a phone call from a little town to go out and you do the service, do you charge them for that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you ever start getting little towns that start calling you all the times and other ones that don't count? I'm thinking who should be paying the bill? That's my question.
So there's a lot of ways that we've looked at trying to recover resources for what we do. One example I'll give you right now off the top of my head is we do a lot of backgrounds that we're required by statute to do. We need to do them. They're to everybody's benefit. But there are some things I think we could do more efficiently that I'm going to approach the governor's office and talk to them about how we could do it more efficiently. And if we can't do it more efficiently, then I'm going to ask that they help us recover some of the resources that we spend on that. That's just one example. I assure you that that's something that I look at and that we look at is there an opportunity for us to secure alternative methods of funding what it is that we do so that we can reduce the demand on the taxpayer, but still provide an effective service? Backgrounds is the way that comes to the top of my mind right now, but it is something that we look at regularly.
All right. Not seeing any additional questions, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your organization and what you do for the state of Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
Absolutely. All right. We'll move on to our next presentation from the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center. I believe we have the Executive Director, Darren Beck, here with us and some of his staff members. See if we can get their PowerPoint presentation to work a little bit better than the previous one. All right, sir. We'll let you go ahead and get started. Thanks for your patience as we're running just a little behind. So thank you.
I'll do my best to be brief. Oh. I too am a recovering attorney, so I probably will struggle a little bit being brief. Thank you very much for the time. I know that legislative time is precious, and so it's very important, or I recognize how important it is to get in front of you and have an opportunity to talk about what we're doing down at KLETC. So I heard the director of the KBI talk about.
Lindsay, can you grab the door? Just flip the switch for me. Thank you. Sorry about that, Director.
Oh, that's okay. I'm used to teaching classes, so noise, people talking, not an issue.
You have to flip the switch or you'll fight that door. Lindsay, flip the switch. Nope, that's no other one. All the way over. There you go. Yep. That's the door hold open switch. Now it will close. Just leave it there. It's good. It'll close. Thank you.
But I too, like the KBI director, I have things that keep me up at night. And Senator, I know you mentioned things that keep you up at night. What keeps me up at night particularly are the trends that we're seeing in law enforcement. I see it as part of my job to make sure that I'm keeping track of the trends in law enforcement, seeing what's happening on the coasts and seeing what's happening here in Kansas and making sure that we are providing the training that's necessary to deal with it. And when you just look at the headlines, everything that I'm showing you here, these are headlines that I clipped to put on here. These aren't imaginary headlines. This is very recent, within the past week. We know that we have a segment of the community that feels disenfranchised by law enforcement. And it's being demonstrated in things like defund the police and different demonstrations. We know that there are calls for changing what law enforcement does. People who are critical of law enforcement, people who are supportive of law enforcement, but there are issues that are being debated in the media every day. And again, one of the most troubling things that I see is when I start seeing things like, do we trust the police? Because fundamentally, if we don't trust the police, we in our country, we have a problem. Absolutely. I see failures of leadership, and many times what you're seeing in the headlines is a failure of leadership in the law enforcement community. So what is it that we can do about it? And that's again what keeps me awake. What are those trends? We see changes in crime. Crime is not the same as it was when I started into the training business 27 years ago. We're dealing with extremism. We're dealing with domestic terrorism. Those aren't things that we considered to be a local law enforcement issue 27 years ago, but now we have to. The crime continues to increase. It increases and it changes. It's not just the crimes. It's not just a theft in Hoxie anymore. Now it can be a person in Hoxie that's doing things to people in Wichita, and they're doing it through people in Kansas City or beyond. And so AI is a concern. Technology is a concern. AI scares me only because I have absolutely no idea what its capacity is to aid criminals in crime, and that's something that'll be coming. Retail crime, if you haven't been following that in the headlines, retail crime is a problem. Then in that headline right there, it's a CNN headline, but it references Wichita and the excess of retail crime happening right here in Kansas. So what's the effect on law enforcement? That's another of the concerns that I have. So what's happening to law enforcement when all of that's happening in the world and we see headlines that are constantly criticizing law enforcement? One of the things that we're seeing is it's very difficult right now to recruit in law enforcement. We have openings in almost every agency where the agency head cannot fill those positions. You see there a WPD article about how it's a crisis levels. But I can tell you from talking to chiefs and sheriffs around the state, it's not just Wichita, it's not just Kansas City, it's everywhere. I talked to the Dodge City police chief, and he said for the first time in his career, he's actually concerned that they're not going to be able to satisfy their mission because they can't hire enough people. And again, there's the impact on law enforcement. There still continues to be a threat to law enforcement. Law enforcement deaths in line of duty continues to be a concern, but a bigger concern actually in terms of numbers is the number of law enforcement officers killing themselves. Law enforcement officers are 2.4 times more likely to kill themselves than they are to be killed feloniously by a bad person. And that to me is a staggering number, 2.4 times more likely to kill themselves. They are the profession that is most at risk for suicide. So with that happy introduction that I've given you for where are we in the state of law enforcement in Kansas, I'd like to point out that I think this legislature, this body in 1968 had it correct. I think they figured it out and figured out what law enforcement needs, and they needed an entity whose job it was to develop improved law enforcement personnel and procedures throughout the state. And that is the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center. So each of those things that we talked about are things that are influencing what I'm doing at KLETC to try to support local law enforcement, to give them the depth and capacity to deal with many of these issues. I wanted to step back for just a moment because some of you may not be familiar with what the process is to become a law enforcement law enforcement officer in Kansas. So I just wanted to step back for just a moment and look at the big picture. To be a law enforcement officer in Kansas, you have to first be hired by a law enforcement agency. And the agency head is responsible for making sure that all the statutory requirements are met for that law enforcement officer, and that they meet not only statutory, but also agency hiring requirements. An agency can have higher requirements than what the state has. And then they come to us in some way, and they come to basic training. And my job is to make sure that those officers demonstrate the basic competency in order to be a law enforcement officer. And then I pass the officer off to the C-Post, the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, and their job is to license those officers and regulate behaviors. And so where KLETC fits in is to demonstrate competency and make sure these officers are competent. One of the things that we've done in the past 5 years is we have completely overhauled our basic training at KLETC so that we now have 7 core competencies for what every law enforcement officer should be able to do by the time they graduate. And I won't read each of these to you, but some of them are particularly noteworthy. There's things that are changing and that changed in the basic training to address those issues that you might not have seen in basic training for law enforcement in years past. Safety, for example. If you notice, safety is not officer safety, it's safety. It's safety for all involved. We want to make sure that we have officers with the skills, to the extent possible, to make every interaction with a community member as safe as it possibly can be. That includes officer safety, but it also is citizen safety as well. You see, one of the core competencies, and this is something that I would never have considered years ago, is fitness for duty and resilience. We are teaching officers, we're giving them the skills to be resilient. As they see these headlines, as they are criticized, these officers need to have capacity in order to be able to deal with the stress of the job. That's directly responding to the 2.4% or 2.4 times statistic that I gave you earlier. In fact, we are teaching law enforcement yoga, which I prefer to call tactical breathing and stretching. But that's essentially what it is giving officers the ability to slow down, take a breath, make sure that they're thinking correctly. Procedural justice is another one of those core competencies that I would not have expected to see 27 years ago. And procedural justice is giving people a voice and dealing with all of those things that go to really fundamental fairness and making sure that citizens believe that law enforcement is fundamentally being fair to them and treating people of every part of society fair. And so we are giving officers that sort of training as well. And this is basic training. This is basic training. This is just one area of what we do. What we're also tasked with doing, and what has changed tremendously in the past 27 years, is our continuing education offerings. And I've clipped some some of the classes. We currently are offering, we have advertised 120 or so classes that if you're a law enforcement officer in Kansas, you can choose from, or your chief or sheriff can send you to right now. And so these are just some examples of classes that are a little bit unusual, that are specifically there to address those societal issues and those headline type of issues that you're seeing. So changing laws and legislative mandates. Every time the legislature changes a law, somebody has to make sure that the law enforcement officers in the field know that that law has changed. And so we constantly are offering classes on changing statutory law, case law, things like that. We are also we're partnering with the FBI right now to offer a class in color of law and hate crimes to make sure officers are well versed in that. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous People, MMIP, that was a class that was specifically required by the legislature, or specifically required that we create by the legislature. It's been a very successful class. As a matter of fact, we've gained the attention of the Department of Justice, and they've asked if we can offer our class and curriculum to officers, particularly up in Washington State, where they struggle with quality training up there. Other societal issues. Investigative interviewing looks like a very kind of a run-of-the-mill class, but it actually reflects a tremendous shift in thought. One of the trends right now in law enforcement is concern that law enforcement officers are compelling people to confess to things they didn't do. And so through very high intense types of interrogations. This particular method is much more conversational. It's much more relational. It's an officer sitting and talking to a person and having that person come to the conclusion that they need to explain what it is that they do. But it's an entirely different philosophy than the old hard style interrogation that you might have seen on television. We also are dealing with fentanyl. I appreciate that the KBI is leading the way on this. Director Mativi has done great things, but fundamentally, law enforcement occurs at the local level. Director Mativi doesn't have the resources to police the state, and so the other 430 or so agencies in the state need to have the capacity to also deal with fentanyl. We have to work as a team or it's not going to work. And he's absolutely right. The advantage of the KBI is they have depth in some of these areas. Well, in the absence of experience, you need training if you're going to be dealing with these issues. And so we are there to provide that depth and make sure that officers have the capacity to do this at the local level as well. Officer de-escalation techniques. De-escalation is a hot button issue nationwide. I've been asked many times how much de-escalation there is in basic training. And I give a comparison. I used to be a math teacher many decades ago, and I taught algebra. And if you'd have asked me how much addition is there, how much time do you spend on addition in algebra? Well, everything we do is based on that. I would say the same thing is true here of de-escalation. Everything that we do in our basic training is based on de-escalation techniques. Oh, and I'd note there also the health and wellness for public safety. That again is specifically to address. That's a certificate program that we're offering. That's specifically to address the stress that we have in law enforcement. We still have the ongoing skills development. We still have to train officers how to shoot. We still have to train officers in armorers type classes. But what we are doing that's a little bit different. You see down at the bottom, the post-academy training school. What we're doing is we're offering a second series of certificates, not just your primary basic training, but a second series in core law enforcement training skills. And with the idea that that's for an officer who has been working in the field for a year or two, and agencies need some help knowing where do they go next in their training. So we have this series of certificates to try to get them there. I mentioned to you that I believe that many of the issues that we have in law enforcement in the nation are because of a gap in our capacity for supervision and leadership. And so to deal with that, and there's lots of reasons why that's the case, to include chiefs and sheriffs resigning at record numbers right now. It's a tough time to be a chief or a sheriff. And so we have people that are leaving the profession, and we have a skills gap. We have an experience gap. And so again, where there's no experience, you make up for that with training as best you can. We have stood up the Center for Public Safety Leadership. I'm grateful to Senator Moran and his staff. This is grant funded. And so we are working to create certificate programs, again, a series of training programs to make sure that Kansas officers, Kansas leaders have been through this training. I gave you some examples of some of the things we're doing as kind of one-off trainings, not really the certificate programs yet. But recruiting and retention, again, that's a skill that we need. We need to be talking about how it is that we are recruiting, recruiting the best and the brightest into law enforcement to the best we can. We also recognize that even though we have online classes, we still have face-to-face classes that have to happen in law enforcement. Some of the training you just can't do online. And if you look at this map, the star is where the Law Enforcement Training Center is located. But then we also have sites remotely where we've leased space around the state so that we have dedicated classrooms to give us a more focused approach to taking our continuing education to where law enforcement needs it the most. To include Southeast Kansas, where we have a site currently in Parsons. And we bring our training to Parsons at that site. Something that we're doing that is very unusual for a training entity, but the mission that you've given us at KLETC isn't a traditional mission for a law enforcement training organization. And we're working on Kansas accreditation for law enforcement agencies. Accreditation is a big issue nationwide. The problem with accreditation in law enforcement right now, nationwide, is that there's only one entity that's doing it in a very large scale, and that's CALEA, which is a national accrediting body. We saw that CALEA it's a good program, but it's a beast of a program to try to go through, and so only those larger agencies have the capacity to do that. So instead, we looked at what we could do at the Kansas level to accredit agencies that would be attainable, affordable, but still meaningful, to make sure that agencies have those basic policies, procedures, and they call them proofs, management controls in place in order to make sure that they're functioning as a law enforcement agency. Again, this is unusual. We received a grant to get this started, but it's been very successful. We have about 90 agencies right now of the 430 agencies in the state that are either actively participating or have shown an interest in participating. We also are looking at our allied agencies, in particular telecommunicators. There's nothing more dangerous for law enforcement than having a telecommunicator give them wrong information. And that's just a dangerous thing. And so we're looking to our telecommunicators and looking to give them training. We also are looking at corrections and our jailers that are out there. Again, jailers need to have the training as well, or it's a danger not only for law enforcement, but for the community. And so we're looking at crisis intervention training. Crisis intervention training is training for those people who are in crisis, typically because of mental health issues. And we're providing that not only to law enforcement, but also to dispatchers. And then finally, we've taken a broader approach. And in some of our training, when it makes sense, we give it to the entire first responder community. The relationship of sleep issues, for example, and effectiveness. That's one of the training issues that we're dealing with. Teaching people how to address the impact of a lack of sleep on their performance. The President's Commission on 20th Century Policing recommended that every law enforcement training entity affiliate with a university. I think this is again where Kansas got it right, and Kansas was first. People often ask me, why is it that the Law Enforcement Training Center is affiliated with KU? One of the reasons is nobody else wanted us at the time in 1968. I recognize that that's true. But it reminds me always that we are primarily an entity to provide education and training. That's what we are. We're not a law enforcement entity. We're a training and education entity. But we're working right now with KU to develop a Bachelor of Criminal Justice. And it will be much more oriented towards the functions that a law enforcement officer does, as opposed to the study of a criminal justice system. And so we're trying to make it much more professionally oriented towards the profession of being a law enforcement officer. So where do we go at this point? And this is addressing the same issues that you did with the KBI as far as resources. The Law Enforcement Training Center does not receive general fund support. We never have. And so we have fees. We have docket fees. We have tag fees. We have docket fees that are both municipal and district. And we have the vehicle surcharge. And that's how we operate. And every few years, we come back to the legislature and ask for an adjustment to those fees. Everything's constantly getting more expensive. We right now are operating with fees that were set in 2016 and that are currently, you can see the numbers. The municipal court's 28% lower than what we were receiving in 2016. The district court is 10% lower than what we were receiving in 2016. So you ask, so Darren, how is it that you're able to continue to function at those levels? Well, that pays for everything for us: salary, fringes, OOE, and also facilities. And like other agencies, when money is short, oftentimes what happens is you start looking at deferred maintenance, and that's what we've been using. We also are holding open positions. We have 9 positions that are currently open that I'm not filling because we don't have the money to do it. And most agencies, 9 positions is not much. For us, that's huge. We only have about 52 full-time positions. So the bottom line is, in order to maintain the status quo in one way or another, we need about $6 million more in our budget than we're currently taking in. I also mentioned facilities. This is the KLETC main facility in Hutchinson, or just south of Hutchinson. When you all see that, you see a nice campus, as do I, but I also see, unfortunately, the campus as it's seen by the engineers and architects. Our campus was developed from buildings that are World War II era or 1950s era buildings that are a metal building with a 30-year lifespan that we've already been using for 60 years. So the architects and the engineers tell us that the red buildings are not buildings that are worth investing in. So KLETC has developed a master plan, and it addresses 3 things. One is it addresses the buildings that are really in poor shape. It also addresses the fact that we were not designed to be a training center to deal with things like domestic terrorism. We weren't designed for things like extremism. That's not what our campus was designed around. And that takes different training facilities. If you're going to train on extremism, for example, or domestic terrorism, you're going to need different facilities than if you're just going to talk about what the law of search and seizure is. We don't have the capacity to deal with things like active shooter. We have no active shooter capacity where we could have a school setting on campus and run people through that. So number 1 is the deteriorating facilities. Number 2 is the change in the nature of our training. And then also the third is we are operating at a capacity much larger. Really, our basic training was always our primary mission, and that's what our facilities were designed around. And so what we need at this point is just a larger footprint. We have 15,000 enrollments annually in our continuing education classes. 15,000 in 260 different classes that we do that are everywhere from a day to a week to some of them are 2 weeks. And so we need additional capacity to be doing those. Again, that is what is driving our master plan. And this is what our master plan is. It adds to us things like additional classroom space for physical training, for defensive training, physical tactics, allied agencies. I told you about training the dispatchers. We can't train a dispatcher without a dispatch station. Can't be done. Firearms, our firearms lane, our firearms area is not large enough for our capacity. We almost cannot offer firearms continuing education. That's left to agencies. Scenario training. We have no capacity to do scenario training. We don't have houses and buildings on campus to practice entering. Our parking lots are inadequate. Our dining facilities are inadequate. So again, all of these things that we're proposing in our master plan give us additional capacity to meet the needs of local law enforcement. And in the interest of time, I'll just say to you that we do have an implementation strategy for the master plan where we phase it in over 3 years, or over 3 different phases, not 3 years, but 3 different phases. The pinch point right now is we desperately need an additional dormitory and dining room space. This has all been vetted through the Board of Regents and also through the university. It is on the capital improvement request plan for the Board of Regents, but no funding has yet been identified for it. And with that, I'll leave you with the thought that it does not matter if the cobblers and the masons fail to do their jobs, but if the guardians fail, the democracy will crumble. And that's something I truly believe. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Director. Appreciate your willingness to be here and provide a little bit of insight on the KLETC. Committee members, we have questions for the Director. Senator Fack.
It was a good learning time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who actually owns the property you're in? Does KU own the property, or do you own the property?
The Board of Regents.
The Board of Regents owns the property. Okay. Do you pay any kind of lease payment to them?
We do not.
Okay. Do you, as people come from all the places in the state of Kansas to learn, do you charge them a fee? You know, the local people?
We do charge a fee for continuing education.
Yes.
Usually it's minimal. We try to keep it as low as possible so that it's affordable. For basic training, we do not charge a fee. Well, with the exception of a few agencies statutorily, where we cannot charge a fee.
Thank you.
Representative Resman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've gotten several phone calls about consolidating the training centers in like 4 different regions in the state and doing away with, like, the department I retired from. They have their own academy. Can you speak about that?
Sure. If you look, I'll see if I can find the slide. If you look at our slide here, this is where we're doing our continuing education. If you notice, there's not much happening in Northeast Kansas. Traditionally, Northeast Kansas has handled their own training, particularly Johnson County. We are looking at putting additional resources up in Northeast Kansas. There is a rumor floating around out there that means we're taking back the basic training function in that area, and that's just not true. It's not happening. What we are doing is continuing education in that area.
That's the phone calls I'm getting about, is about taking over the basic training.
So KLETC, we provide basic training at KLETC, but then we also oversee basic training that's being conducted at different agencies to 8 different agencies in the state. The regional facility at Johnson County is probably one that you've been asked about the most. Also, the different agencies that have their own individual trainings. I have no interest in making a change in something that's working well. We are working better with our satellite academies than I think we ever have in the history of the organization. We have great people working in those facilities, and it really is more streamlined than it's ever been. Maybe people are picking up on the fact that there is such connection like there hasn't been before, but we're not taking that over. I don't have the resources to take it over if I wanted to.
Further questions? Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. As I visit with industries and other stakeholders, one common theme I hear is recruitment and retention of employees. Have you at the KLETC seen that as well? You have a lower number of new folks coming through. Kind of talk about that and kind of pre-March 2020 and post-March 2020, and and has morale been affected? We hear in the news a lot. Defund the police, that kind of thing. How is that impacting what you see coming through your facility and the work that you do?
So principally how we're seeing it is in the quality of the person that's coming through. We're seeing people struggle with basic training. We have people that are failing basic training at higher numbers than before. We're dealing with discipline issues that frankly, I never would have dreamed that we would have been dealing with at an academy setting. Morale is absolutely an issue. I know that those agencies where they can't hire, the way they're dealing with the fact that they can't hire new people is they're taking their existing good quality people and working them multiple shifts, mandatory overtime. That's great. It's great money, but it's very draining on the person that's doing it. It's also draining on local budgets to do overtime. That's not a cost-effective way of doing it. So yes, it's a problem. Yeah. We're trying to provide leadership in the area to try to give people more and better ideas for how to recruit and how to retain their officers once they get them there. Once we have a good person, how do we make sure that we keep that person in the field of law enforcement?
Thank you. And I did appreciate the quote that you had at the end of your presentation, because, I agree, if we don't have public safety, if we don't have law and order, then the rest of our conversations about other areas that we're working on and that society is, as we live in our communities, they kind of fall by the wayside too. And when you say, so thank you for the work that you do. When you say that the quality of person, the applicant you're seeing or folks coming through, they're failing basic training, is that physically meeting the requirements? You also mentioned discipline, but specifically physically unable to do the required metrics. And if that is the case, what is KLETC or others doing about it? Are we lowering the standards, or how are we addressing that?
KLETC's only physical standard is that they must be medically capable of performing the functions, kind of like a sports physical. That being said, there comes a point in a person's fitness level that they're just not going to be successful. We recently had to construct a bed in the dormitories because our bed size wasn't large enough, and it's not because the person was tall. And so we're seeing a fitness level problem, and principally the academic preparation is really not where it needs to be. To be successful in basic training, you not only have to shoot and drive, but there's a lot of reading involved. There's a lot of law that's involved. And we're expecting more and more of our officers to not be just out there handling disorder situations, but to actually be counselors and to be social workers and to do an awful lot more in problem solving, which I think is good, but it requires a different kind of a person, and it requires a lot more preparation than a person who's just going to be doing traffic or just going to be doing crowd control.
Thank you for your answering the questions today and the information you provided. Very helpful, and let us know how we can suggest, if you can suggest things that we can help out with, that'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So looking at your funding concern, so you're a completely fee-funded agency.
Yes.
Does your funding all flow through KU, or are you simply affiliated with KU?
We have our own separate fund that the legislature has put a lockbox on. It can only be used for KLETC. That being said, it is a KU fund, and so it does flow through KU administratively, but they can't use it for enhancements in the English department, for example, and it can only be used at KLETC.
I'm trying to figure out what the best way to address your shortfall is, because looking at your slide, your revenues in 2017 were higher than your revenues in 2023.
Yes.
And that's a significant problem. However, nobody wants to pay more to register their vehicles. And that is one of those things that is as a separate frustration. So about 2 years ago, we took the judicial branch away from being fee funded and allowed those fees to flow into our general fund, and then just simply made them a general fund funded branch of government. So they're not technically an agency.
Yes.
Would you be opposed if we had a conversation like that allowed these fees just to flow into the general fund and then made you a general fund funded agency?
No, I would not be opposed to that. We are, according to my CFO, we are agnostic as to the source. It's one of the things about working for a university. But as to the source of those funds, ultimately, I yield to your collective wisdom as to what's an appropriate way to fund us. All I can tell you is what our needs are. I can tell you also, not only was there the change in the funding for the judiciary, the Kansas Geological Survey is also a program of KU that's affiliated also with federal agencies, and they did the same thing where they created an appropriation directly to KU, but it's a general fund appropriation. It doesn't count against KU's appropriations.
Okay. Well, that helps me, because as I understand these fees, it would require legislative action for them to be increased.
Yes.
Which honestly might be a little more untenable than if we made the change to a general fund funded agency. So that's a conversation that we'll have as a committee a little bit later. But thank you very much. If there are no further questions, you have one more question, Representative Resman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking at your continuing education under supervision and leadership.
Yes.
And you list 3 of them, but I was just wondering, for a newly promoted, like sergeant or lieutenant, do you offer classes for those type of people?
We are working on a three-tier certificate program. So people who are new into supervision, somebody who's an experienced supervisor, and then somebody who is at the CEO level, command level, to provide them with the skills that they need. So the short answer is not yet, but it's coming very soon.
Yeah, I've seen where people had tested well and got promoted, and they were failures. They were not good leaders. So, thank you.
And one of the things that sets this training apart from maybe some other training that you've seen in leadership, I don't mean to make fun of this other training that's out there, but it's not the I know myself and I know that I'm a certain kind of a person. So I'm a blue and I need to align with the yellows, and that's how I know how to lead. That's not what this training is. This training is very much so practical. What does a supervisor do? Supervisors, for example, have conversations, difficult conversations with the people they supervise. How do you do that? and demonstrate to me that you can.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Beck, for your staff joining us, for enlightening our committee. Committee, we are going to take a break here. We need to be back started at 11:15 because Judge St. Peter will be joining us on WebEx, and he has a pretty full docket today. So let's do our best to be back so we can get started here at 11:15. And that clock is actually a few minutes fast, just so everybody knows. Thank you very much. We'll be in recess. And then take our seats so that we could get started. We do have Judge St. Peter online, and we'd like to be timely out of respect for him. All right, committee, welcome back. We'll go ahead and get started. We have Judge St. Peter online, who's going to visit with us about the Specialty Court Funding Task Force that was created earlier this year legislatively. And so we welcome Mr. St. Peter, Judge St. Peter on WebEx.
Thank you, Chairman Owens and Ranking Minority Member Heibarger, members of the Joint Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today to give you an update concerning the activities of the Specialty Court Funding Committee. As Chairman Owens indicated, my name is Nick St. Peter. I'm a district judge down in Winfield. My connection to specialty courts is that I've been fortunate to be part of an adult drug court program here in Cowley County since April of 2009. With respect to the Specialty Court Funding Advisory Committee, as you know, that was created with members from the legislature, including Chairman Owens and Senator Warren, as well as other legislators, members of the judicial branch, including judges, individuals that work within specialty courts as drug court coordinators and supervisors, as well as a defense attorney and a representative from the district attorney or state's attorneys. The committee got established really and began our first meeting about 1 year ago. Our activities were initially relatively slow, primarily because we really didn't have any dedicated staff. We did have OJA staff helping, but they were spread pretty thin on a number of projects. Fortunately, through the grant process for the Veterans Treatment Courts, OJA was able to hire Don Huddleston in March of this year as a full-time specialty court coordinator on a statewide basis. Additionally, they were able to add assistance with Melanie McMurphy, who has experience in writing federal grants and has written some of the grants that enabled funding to hire Don Huddleston. So with that, we have begun working in earnest towards trying to figure out a strategy to recommend to both the Supreme Court, the Office of Judicial Administration, and to you as legislators about how we may go about funding the specialty courts that exist in Kansas, plus the expansion of specialty courts throughout Kansas. I think it's important to note when we think about funding of these courts that we recognize that almost every court that exists right now was grown organically. In other words, they really started in individual judicial districts over a period of years. And so instead of this being a situation where funding and where the beginning of these programs started from the top and worked its way down, it's really been exactly the opposite. So what we see is a lot of programs, including ours, have various streams of funding that they have developed over time to meet their needs, but not necessarily one specific funding strategy. is being utilized by all these courts. So I think one of the initial goals of this committee would be to try and look at this instead of maybe from a more organic view from the bottom up, but from a view from the top down of how can we look at ways that we can harness both federal and state funding to help provide funding for existing programs and also to help fund programs that will continue to start over a period of time. And when I'm talking about programs, I'm talking about specialty courts in general, not just drug courts. As you see in my testimony, we have about half the judicial districts now that have some form of a drug court program. But we also have districts that have behavioral health courts, and we even have some municipalities that have behavioral health courts. We also have 3 courts, including ours in Cali County, that will be a family treatment court, which essentially is utilizing the concept of specialty court principles in child and needed care cases where the parents' reason for potential removal of children from a home is driven by a parent's addiction. We also have judges I know in districts that are interested in starting DUI courts, which is another form of specialty court. So we're really talking about a variety of things other than post-conviction adult drug courts. Our group has divided up into 4 subcommittees to try and break this down a little bit further to put together, hopefully, some long-term recommendations. The first subcommittee, which Chairman Owens is part of, is looking at federal grants and what grant programs might be available not only to individual programs, but to the state as a whole. There are 2 primary funding sources federally for these programs. One is through SAMHSA, which the state already gets some grant funding from, and the other is from BJA. And those have various different requirements. The SAMHSA funding is primarily directed towards treatment or ways to access treatment, whereas the BJA funding can be used to enhance and grow an existing program, providing money for drug testing, providing money for some of the other more incidental costs to operating these programs. Those are the 2 primary federal funding sources. The issue where we get into the state funding really gets to startups, and that's because both of those federal funding sources can be utilized for programs that exist, but they cannot be utilized for programs that are starting. So a second committee that we're looking at is looking at state and local funding sources that may be used for operation and expansion of specialty courts. And kind of attached to that is also a data collection group that will be trying to determine, based upon existing programs, what the actual cost is for the operation of these programs. That will help us, I think, in 2 ways. First, it will help us try and determine if the state chooses to provide some funding for startups. It will give us an idea of what type of funding might be needed to meet those needs. Second, it will also give us an idea of what kind of information we may need to support a federal grant that would maybe come into the state as a whole and then be distributed to individual programs. We're also looking at what some other states are doing. For example, Missouri has been in the specialty courts world for probably 30 years, and they have specialty courts, both drug courts, DUI courts, family treatment courts, behavioral health courts. I believe they even operate some reentry courts, which are for individuals that come out of their Department of Corrections. So they have a vast experience, and they do have a lot of experience utilizing the federal funding streams. So part of what the federal funding task or subcommittee is doing is trying to look at states like Missouri to determine what mechanism they are using, what grants are they receiving, what is the structure within their state that allows that money to flow down to their existing programs. What requirements do they have for those programs for reporting, and how is that governed? With all these grants, whoever it is that's administering them has federal requirements that they have to meet, oftentimes on a monthly basis in terms of reporting. So that kind of infrastructure would need to be put in place so that if the state was able to garner some of these grants to be utilized from the federal government, we would be in a position to maintain those and meet the requirements of those grants by making sure we're maintaining the correct information and getting it reported. The advantage to programs like our program in Cali County, if we could do that, would be that cuts down on our administrative work and expense. For our county, we're small enough. We have one person who is our drug court coordinator, the chair of our and director of our community corrections, and also the director of our youth services. So we have one person wearing three hats. Probably really good use of our financial resources, but it's very taxing to add additional requirements to that person in terms of reporting for these grants. So I think that's something that all of the programs could utilize. The BGA grants, which I spoke about, one area to look at for potential state funding is that they typically require a 20% matching that has to either be in cash or in kind. How we were able to do that in our county, we have a BGA grant, is we're able to utilize work that we receive from the Cali County Sheriff's Department. For example, they do curfew checks for us nightly. They provide assistance in taking UAs from our participants over the weekends. So we were able to essentially take what that cost would be in terms of salary and utilize that as a matching contribution in kind that we're receiving from them to support the BGA federal grant. One thing that I think that Kansas has been ahead of the curve on, even though we may have been slow coming to the issue of specialty courts, where I think we have been very good is in the funding of treatment through Senate bill. That still remains the best rate of reimbursement. And what I can tell you as a judge that's worked within that bill for a number of years is, and also worked with individuals that don't fall within that funding, is that we're able to get people into treatment, both inpatient and outpatient, much quicker if their funding is through Senate bill as opposed to through block grant funding. Treatment providers get a certain amount of block grant funding. That reimbursement rate is not the same as Senate Bill 123. So they have to use that sparingly. If they use it all at the very beginning of the year, then they're out. They can't take anybody else that falls within that grant block funding. So they have to use it pretty judiciously. And so as a result, sometimes you will have somebody that's funded under that where they're approved for inpatient treatment, but 2 months down the road. And one of the things that makes specialty courts workable is the ability for individuals to access treatment quickly. So from a judge's standpoint, when you're trying to work with offenders and provide an atmosphere for which they can be successful, you have to strike when that iron's hot. In other words, when you're sentencing them and they feel the weight of that sentence right then, that's the time we need to be able to get people into treatment. And I would say that I think Kansas has done well. I know of other states in my years as a drug court judge where the issue of funding was not as good or as clean as it is by utilizing the Senate bill funding. That being said, there are things that Senate bill might also be expanded to cover. For example, they don't presently cover any medication-assisted treatment. And medication-assisted treatment is primarily utilized either for people with an opioid addiction. It can also sometimes be used for people with an alcohol addiction. As we see the growth of fentanyl across the state, we are seeing more and more people in our programs that are testing positive for the use of fentanyl. We're seeing more prosecutions of possession of fentanyl. Part of that is I believe not only is it just out there and available on the black market as a drug in our communities, it's also oftentimes being mixed with other drugs. So sometimes we find individuals who say, well, I didn't use fentanyl, but I used methamphetamine. But the truth of the matter was there was fentanyl mixed with that methamphetamine. So I can see in the future that this is an area where there's going to be additional costs to pay for that MAT treatment. We have one individual that we got started in MAT right now. He's actually about 6 months in and has done great with MAT, the best he's done in years in his life. Done well in our program. He's been in almost 6 months. He's had no positive drug tests, successfully completed treatment, and has done well, and the MAT is working for him. But our upfront cost to get him started was $6,000. So we luckily were able to find $6,000 within community corrections to pay for that. But that's not something that we could sustain over and over again. If we had 3 or 4 people, then obviously we wouldn't be able to meet that need. Most federal grants that you receive require, if you receive that funding, that you not exclude individuals from specialty courts that need MAT funding and MAT treatment. And that is something that they monitor and ask questions about as you're reporting. So that's one particular area that I think that while we're doing great, we might look at some changes there. The Sentencing Commission may want to do that. Additionally, as one of the counties that will be working hopefully on a pilot program for these family treatment courts, we have asked DCF and KDADS to fund the treatment for these pilot programs at the rate and essentially through Senate bill funding. And the reason for that is because having been a judge that handles these cases for the last 19 years, what the trend that I'm seeing is, and I think other judges are too, more and more of the families that are coming into these child in need care cases, the issues are driven by a severe addiction of these parents. And when we are waiting a month or 2 or longer to try and get them into treatment, we're losing them. honestly, I can tell you as a judge with these cases right now, I've had more cases where I've seen parents just essentially walk away and abandon the entire process soon. And that's because we're not getting them engaged, we're not getting them involved, we're not getting them into treatment quickly. I'm sure I don't need to even begin to talk about what the cost is, not only for these children and their families, but also to the state in terms of what this means in terms of foster care costs. You know, it's amazing to me in all the years I've been a specialty court judge and looked at the history of the individuals in our programs, how many of them were in foster care at one point in time in their life. So these traumas tend to repeat themselves. I'm hopeful that both the governor will pass through that request on her budget request to the legislature, and that the legislature will allow these 3 pilot courts to be funded under Senate bill. I think the request is going to be a total of about $3 million is my understanding, with about 1.6 of that being to these 3 pilot courts, with the balance hopefully to be utilized for other courts that may decide to start up. But I think that's an area where, while we've done good, I would like to see it be expanded there. Other areas, for example, the Senate bill funding goes to individuals who qualify as high risk, high need, and are typically assigned to community corrections. I'm aware that there are programs out there where that assignment is actually being made to court services. And I don't believe that they're able to access that same Senate bill funding. And that may be something to look at as well. And I don't know in those instances whether it's because they scored too low of risk on the WARNA or the LSCMI, or whether just because of the way that specialty court was structured when it was started, it was driven primarily by staffing through court services, or why we got to that. But I think that's something that we could also look at as well. Those programs are primarily relying on federal grants to pay for that treatment, because the Senate bill won't fund them if they don't qualify into community corrections supervision. The other area that I think could maybe be looked at as well, and that has to do with the potential for DUI courts in Kansas. In my testimony, I referenced that population, those individuals who are now on the grid that used to not be receiving treatment under Senate Bill 6. But last Friday, after I'd already prepared my testimony, I received a copy of a letter that came from one of the treatment providers indicating that they believed that they were no longer going to be authorized to provide services under Senate Bill 6 for individuals who fall under the grid. So perhaps that's being addressed differently. But that leaves me with the question then, okay, if that's the case, then who is responsible for treatment for these individuals? And if we had judges, and I've been approached by at least 2 that are interested in starting a DUI court, how would we ensure that their treatment is going to be funded? So I think that that's something that, now that those individuals are on the grid, something maybe the Sentencing Commission could examine and consider, what that treatment might look like, and how that might work within the expansion of specialty courts in that area, how that would be funded. one thing to think about is oftentimes those individuals fall actually in the lower risk category in terms of risk needs on assessments. And that's, I think, primarily because the two assessment tools we use, Warna and the LSCMI, are not really directed to those type of offenders. So, you know, a lot of them may have many misdemeanors on their record that don't score the same. That offender looks completely different to a sentencing judge than somebody who's a drug offender. Many of them already have jobs, have positive employment histories, have more family support. You know, they look a little bit different. So I think that's one area that could be looked at. I think moving forward, our goals would be for this coming year would be to try and get the committee in a position where we can make some real recommendations back to the Supreme Court and to the legislature about the structure and of any type of funding mechanism that we would use, not only for the expansion of specialty courts, both by type and by jurisdiction, but also the funding of treatment. I don't know, but I think investigation should be done to determine whether or not the state could benefit by pulling down some federal dollars to help with the state dollars that are used within Senate bill funding. There may be some SAMHSA funding that would be available to the state to supplement or offset some of the state costs there. Obviously, you know, that would be, I think, a decision that the legislature would need to make, whether you wanted to pursue that or not. But I do think that that's something that's worth looking into. That's pretty much what I had to present to you today. I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Excellent. Thank you, Judge St. Peter. Appreciate it. Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Judge, for being here. Is your task force charged with making a report at the end of any of its work? And if so, will the Sentencing Commission be receiving a copy of that?
I don't believe that we're tasked with actually making a report, but I do think that that would be something that we should consider.
Certainly. Additional questions for Judge St. Peter? All right. Looks like, sorry. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Your Honor, for your presentation and your work down in Cowley County. I've heard nothing but good things about what you're doing. I was wondering, like in Cowley County, how much funding do they put into your program? Do they fund the whole thing, or how does that work as far as funding goes?
They fund very little of it. I have a budget item of $2,500 from Cowley County. Let me kind of explain. When we started our program, what I didn't want to do and what I had heard could be a real problem going forward is getting yourself in a position where you were relying too much on grant funding. And then the grant runs out, and then what do you do? So the way we structured our program was to try and utilize every resource we already have. So we already had community corrections staff. We already had a community corrections director. You know, our director became our drug court coordinator. We utilized our community corrections staff, albeit a lot of hard work on their part, because supervising individuals within these programs takes substantial amount of time and commitment, greater than supervising non-drug court individuals. We paid, I guess we did use some county funding. I paid for the defense attorney out of out of my attorney's fee budget that I had locally. We just pretty much utilized all the resources we had. We had funds that had built up over the years in our UA fund. We utilized that money to help pay for UAs. Since then, and of course, the county, through grants from the Department of Corrections, pays community corrections. Those are all county employees. But we've been able to do this in a way where our county has not had to put in additional funds to what budget we get from the Department of Corrections for our community corrections staff. So honestly, we've been able to do it without a whole lot of local funding.
All right, committee, anything else? All right, seeing none, Judge St. Peter, thank you very much for your time and for your leadership on the Specialty Court Funding Task Force. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you all very much. Bye-bye.
Yep, committee, we will go ahead and go to recess at this time for our lunch break. As a reminder, we will start back up at 1:30 with presentation from the Kansas Sentencing Commission. And then we'll hear from the Kansas Highway Patrol before going into recommendations. So, yes, Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the recommendations, if we should have a recommendation, is it okay to just bring printed copies of it, or how do you like to move forward with that?
Even specifically have to be printed.
Okay.
It could be something that we discuss, a recommendation that you make. And what we will do is if you have your recommendations prepared, we'll follow the typical process. You make the recommendation, we'll have a second, we'll have a vote on it once we discuss it. Absolutely. And Senator Warren, one last thing, because I forgot to let you have your spiel at the beginning. My apologies.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee and staff want to apologize for the disruption yesterday. I hadn't turned my WebEx off when I walked into the room, and it caused a little bit of an electronic disruption. So I passed out some candy, as is our tradition in the legislature, and I hope you enjoy that. And sorry for the interruption, but thank you for your. And I did not bring breakfast as suggested by Representative Hoffman, but 2 big pieces of chocolate. So hopefully that fits the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That'll do. Thank you. We will be in recess until 1:30. Thank you. All right, committee, if we will go ahead and take our seats. There we go. Go ahead and take our seats. We'll get started. We have our illustrious Kansas Sentencing Commission leader, Scott Schultz, the man with all the answers and all the data, that is here to share it with us. So, take it away, sir. Not quite yet.
There we go. All right. Sorry about that. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Prior to my remarks, I'd like to just say thank you to those of you and others in the legislature that it's been said before, certainly, but the renaming of this committee, I think, is very apt. And as a friend of Russ, it's to be able to honor him with this, I think, is a very good thing. And so I'm very grateful to be part of this, but I thank you for actually you doing that. With that, I am. This actually will be my last presentation to the committee. I just wanted to I do have the winning numbers for the Powerball tonight. So 1.2 billion will be coming my way. So I'll be leaving public service.
No, I'm glad to know we'll be splitting it.
Oh,
that's all you're telling
okay.
me.
We will be sharing the pot. So I'll be moving from public service to philanthropy. But until then, I would like to present today and hopefully bring some value to you with regard to the Sentencing Commission. Most of you know that the chair as well as the ranking member are members of the commission, and we certainly appreciate all of their input in the process. We have two House members, 2 Senate members, and then a great cross section of folks that you can actually see in your materials, from judges to prosecutors to defense counsel to public members. We even have Mayor Wilson is actually one of the members as well. So, and probation is in the mix as well. For those of you who have not heard me speak before, just wanted to give you a little bit more. Most of you have, but as far as the duties and responsibilities of the commission, particularly the commission is a freestanding agency. We stand 16 staff members deep, so fairly small agency, but we are a freestanding agency that allows us to give objective information in the criminal justice space regarding data to you as well as other stakeholders. And I think that's a fantastic way of being able to, I'm not beholden to KBI, although Tony is a friend. I'm not beholden to KDOC, although Secretary of Zamudi is actually on our commission, but it allows us that objectiveness. In the legislative context, we do bed space impacts during the legislative session, and many of you have seen those to actually illustrate an estimate of what bed space will be in KDOC and the incarcerated population. That is something that we spend about half the office working on that during the legislative session. We also have our own bills that are introduced, and I'll speak about that at the end of the presentation. But I'd just like to go over our duties and responsibilities, some history of the commission just briefly, and then get into the trends, criminal justice trends that you may be interested in, as well as the prison population projections that we're looking out in a 10-year model. So we are the state statistical analysis center for criminal justice in the state. We utilize 14 different databases, including our own KDOC. We have a KBI database that goes back to 1912, about 1.8 million records in that. That we are able to utilize in terms of arrest data as well as conviction data. And it's helpful certainly as far as analysis are concerned. There are, for each felony, and we handle only felony cases, we handle approximately 20,000 journal entries and probation violation journal entries that come into and these are basically documents that memorialize what happened in felony cases. Those are filed in your clerk's offices throughout the state, and then they're actually sent to us where we actually enter them into our database. During the summertime, we do prison bed population analysis for KDOC. That ends up in what presentation you'll see today as far as the estimates are concerned. The other program, other than operational, that we administer, and I think Judge St. Peter alluded to that, is the Senate Bill 123 Substance Abuse Treatment Program. And that is a program in which we have about a little over 2,000 offenders per year that actually go through that court-ordered program that assist them with payment of substance abuse treatment for eligible offenders. Thankfully, last year, Senate Substitute for House Bill 2010 expanded the reach from drug possession and small sales of drugs to non-person, lower-level non-person, non-drug offenses. And we believe this is going to actually assist greatly in court administration, certainly, to get those folks that may not be convicted of drug offenses, but there's a nexus there to that for treatment. And that is going to significantly allow for that state-paid treatment for them in those cases, such as thefts, identity thefts, burglaries, those type of lower-level non-person crimes. So the 123, we have about $13 million that we are appropriated for that particular program. We also have an annual publication called the Desk Reference Manual that we update based upon the legislative action for the previous year and then the other court interpretations that occur. That is sent out, and that is kind of the sentencing Bible that is used by practitioners for them for the courts to use, for the attorneys and other parties to use. The annual report will be what you were seeing. We also get private research requests from academia that our data is very good. And so we provide data for those folks that are doing specific topics that they're working on. The last piece that I want to just touch on is the educational component of our office. The sentencing law is very complex. And in order to be able to administer that, we actually need to reach out and help. And so I have a special projects director that was previously our staff attorney. I also have a staff attorney that is part-time that we answer questions either by phone or by email. And we also do webinars that reach hundreds of practitioners every year on specific topics related to sentencing. Especially those that have actually just come down as far as being passed by the legislature. And that's, it's the webinar, obviously, post-pandemic has obviously been very helpful for folks that may not be able to attend in person type of and we also offer continuing ed for those as well as those to probation officers. Just a little bit of history. At the time of back in 1988, our agency obviously is fairly new in comparison to that of some of the others. There was a prison overcrowding issue back in 1988. During that time, there was a lawsuit involved. And at that time, the court had ordered that at least 100 offenders per month needed to be released. And the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council got together and decided and recommended that a sentencing commission should be put together and started. And so in 1989, the commission was actually created. They then set to the task of deciding what needed to be done as far as perhaps coming up with some guidelines for the state. Many of you recall at that time there was indeterminate sentencing. So we had folks that were being sentenced to 1 to 5 or 5 to 15 or 15 to life or those type of things. One of the issues with that, several of the issues with that, were that individuals, depending on their geography as well as race, there became disparities that were involved with that sentencing. And so there was a move by this newly formed sentencing commission to potentially look at what could be done to mitigate some of those issues. The proportionality in sentencing obviously was a very big issue, and the truth in sentencing, because getting 15 years in an indeterminate context was essentially, you ended up doing about half that time plus, I don't remember, like a year or year and a half, something of that nature. So in a truth in sentencing context, they really weren't doing 15 years. So the commission then came up with guidelines. What you're going to see today is largely what those were. And it turned out to be two grids, a non-drug grid and a drug grid. And so those provided for more determinate sentencing. And so the numbers you see in those grids are months. And we'll go over that in just a little bit. But so the commission itself is a 17-member commission. And I call them the gatekeepers of the guidelines, because their job is to monitor the guidelines, monitor their effectiveness or ineffectiveness, and come up with policy suggestions to the governor as well as the legislature to be able to make it as good of a system as possible when it comes to sentencing. Some people ask me sometimes, why presumptive guidelines? This slide actually shows you a little bit as to why it is a better system than that of indeterminate sentencing. It does establish equity among offenders in typical cases. In a prior life, I prosecuted for a living, and I prosecuted in Shawnee County, and I prosecuted in Finney County, and I prosecuted in Scott County as well. Those smaller jurisdictions may have one burglary or two burglaries every couple months. And so that took on a little bit more of a urgency for the court to potentially sentence those offenders to higher sentences or greater sentences versus in a Shawnee County context, for example, where we had a whole stack on Thursday in the docket full of burglaries. So the guidelines actually then establish, no matter who you are, where you are, a certain sentence based upon the current offense and criminal history, not where you live, not the color of your skin. It is not so inflexible that it does allow for departures in atypical cases. There are aggravating circumstances that you probably can think of right now, as far as chopping people's body parts up and putting them in a barrel. That is a aggravating circumstance that would allow the individuals to depart from those guidelines upward. There are certain other situations in which there could be departures downward for lesser sentences. At the end of the rainbow, for my office purpose, it also allows for certainty in predicting prison populations. And that's one of the reasons why we're actually able to give you prison population projections, is because we have a grid and can actually look at the sentences that are falling within those grids. So here is the non-drug grid. We're going to jump to the drug grid here in just a little bit. But again, as I indicated, the vertical, as you can see on the first column there, 1 through 10. 1 is the most severe offense on the grid. 10 is the least. That is the severity of the current offense. And then based upon your criminal history going horizontally, will give you an idea of what you can expect your sentence to be based upon your criminal history. The shaded items there that show up in light green are presumptive probation. The blue are called presumptive imprisonment boxes or border boxes, and then the white are all presumed imprisonment. So absent anything else, if you fall in those boxes, those will be your that would be your presumptive range as far as a sentence is concerned. Similarly, on the drug grid, we have 5 levels. This is, again, based upon the severity level, 1 being the greatest. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are reserved for manufacturer, distribution, sale, and then your level 5s are the least severe with possession. And so it's the same setup as the non-drug, with the criminal history horizontally going across the top based upon your criminal history. In our situation, it's quantity based. So you can see the table below that talks about certain particular substances is set up as to quantity ranges. So just for example, let's go through, like to step through a hypothetical with you just to hopefully help you better understand the grid itself. If we have an individual that is, and we see this a lot, doing a small sale of meth, for example, to support their own habit, they may be, so they're just a little bit around under a gram. If you want to think about in context, 4 grams is basically a teaspoon. So a little under a gram, they get charged with a level 4 distribution. At that time, they plead to it. Based upon their criminal history, they have 2 non-person felonies, so they're in the F column. So if you follow over the 4 to the F, you look at, you're falling into that blue box of 23 to 26 months with a midpoint of 24 months. And so that is the, for a prison sentence purpose, the court then has the ability to sentence within that range, unless there is a departure that would actually be filed. In this particular situation, it is possible, based upon the current law, that that individual could be sentenced to prison or to probation, because it is a border box. Most likely, that individual potentially could be eligible for the Senate Bill 123 treatment, that substance abuse treatment that you folks have been hearing about the last day or so. And that is, that would be something that they would then get treatment and be placed on supervision outside of an incarceration context for up to 18 months. If they are successful, then they're terminated and they've successfully completed. If they are not successful, then they could be revoked to prison. At that particular time, then other things kick in. Not only do they get credit for jail time that they would be incarcerated, but they also get 20% good time credit. If they are incarcerated, then they also could do programming credit for up to 120 days to get credit on their sentence. The system, obviously, as I've just talked about, incentivizes good behavior while incarcerated. And so that is something that that on the incarcerated side, that the legislature has seen fit to look and give those individuals. And it works in terms of officer safety while folks are incarcerated. If you know you're never going to get any type of time off, what's the point of being compliant? But it also gives those individuals that want to be compliant and behaviorally sound to be able to do those things. It also gives them credit for vocational training, for getting a GED, for going through substance abuse treatment while they are incarcerated. So, but if they are in the SB 123 program, those are treatment providers in your neck of the woods. They're providing state paid treatment for them while they're out, hopefully working and getting treatment. So that would normally be how the grid would actually be applied. In the drug context, one of the things that that I would ask you to think about a little bit is where that public health. I think Senator Warren talked about maybe with Shelley Williams, a pendulum, except it was in a different context. But I'd ask you to think about a pendulum as to public safety and public health. And certainly, as a legislator, your job is to decide in the drug situation, in this type of situation, where is that pendulum actually swinging? Is it farther towards the public safety, or is it a little bit farther towards that public health? And I would submit to you that folks that are in a possession context, they're addicted and those type of things, maybe that pendulum needs to slide a little bit more to the public health portion. Those folks that are dealing fentanyl, as the legislature made a statement last year, that's more of a public safety issue. That punishment needs to be where it needs to be as far as folks that are distributing fentanyl. So those are interesting dynamics that are actually occurring within the guidelines, and what practitioners, they are using these guidelines every day to work through sentencing of offenders. Our annual report is ironically put out annually, and so I wanted to kind of, a lot of times people are like, well, what are the top offenses? What do we need to know? And so I thought I would give you just a little snippet of what are the top crimes we're seeing. Now, keep in mind, these are 2022 numbers because we haven't finished with 23 yet, but we'll be working on that and have that done in April. But the top offenses, while we were still in COVID, are, as you can see, drugs lead the way and have for many, many years, followed by the other category, which obviously any other crime you can think of gets lumped into that. But those other crimes that burglary, theft, aggravated battery, and felony DUI round out the top five. We also were able to gather race and gender distribution. This is helpful just to kind of identify the cross section of the population that we have. These particular tables are for the entirety of those sentences, which include not only prison sentences but also probation ones. So you can see there was 10,813 sentences that were reported. About 8 out of 10 of those folks are white. Keep in mind, with the African American population at 20%, you can look at state census numbers. Those are normally in between 5 to 6% of the entire population are African American. So a disproportionate amount of the African American population is reflected in the total sentences. The male population, again, 8 out of 10 of these felony sentences are committed by men. And we'll get to the prison ones here pretty quick, which is kind of an interesting change. But the only thing on this slide I would say would be, as you look at the age group, what we normally see is the median age of folks in Kansas is 36 and a half, I believe. And it kind of gives you an idea. Mostly, it just gives you an idea of where who the folks are, that how old they are when they're committing those offenses. As you can see, the older they get, they age out. Whether they just get tired of committing crimes or they grow up, that's anybody's guess. But that's nationally, that's very common to see in tables like that. So as far as prison sentences, in 22, we had 3,853. It was an increase. We obviously dropped off quite a bit when COVID started, and this indicates obviously that things are picking up, not as much, but they were picking up afterwards. The interesting point that I want to make for here is males make up about 86% of the incarcerated population. About 6-7 years ago, that used to be 92%. So we have more females being incarcerated, and that is, that although at this point we are not having capacity issues at TCF, it still is making women are committing more offenses, and in fact more violent offenses. Again, white offenders accounted for 7 out of 10, but Again, now this for the Black population, that is increased overall to 23% from 20% as far as those folks that are incarcerated. Probation sentences, we had 6,529. I believe that was about 60% of all of the sentences that were given. 60% were probation sentences. And you can kind of see the division between 3,400 non-drug, about 3,100 were drug sentences. For non-drug sentences, these were the top 10 offenses. Some are, a lot of them are person crimes, ag assault, ag battery, some burglaries, criminal threat or person felonies. The domestic battery is felony domestic battery, since, again, as I indicated, we're only tracking felonies. And so those just kind of give you a flavor for what those the top 10 offenses in the state are. Out of our drug probation offenses, 8 out of 10 are possession. Just a little bit are sale and distribution. DUIs, Johnson County continues to lead the way in felony DUIs, followed by Sedgwick County. At one time, there was, anecdotally, it was an issue in terms of being on the state line. That was a consideration, but that kind of gives you an idea of 129 felony DUI sentencings in Johnson County. Sedgwick County would be second at 32, and again, these are felony DUIs that are either third or fourth time DUIs. We take a snapshot in the addendums in our annual reports to look at the top, the big 4 counties that we talk about, to see where they're at in conjunction with other counties as far as overall sentences. What I will tell you here is this used to be almost 50-50. And now we're seeing actually that the counties outside of that could be considered rural are actually picking up more of the sentences than the big 4 counties. So something to note. I know that that's probably been several years ago with CSG had actually noted the exact same thing, and we certainly are seeing that with our numbers. So every July we get KDOC data. And we are statutorily required every 6 weeks or every year to within 6 weeks turn that around and do prison population projections. We have a computer modeling software that we utilize, but also have a consensus group that we get, most of which are our KDOC staff. But we talk about assumptions that have to be made going forward. Have there been changes in facilities or philosophy that potentially would work into what those trends are? And so once we meet, then the recommendations are given to the full commission, and then they approve the projections. So one of the things that you will see here before the projections are just what the population trends were. You can note that obviously that COVID significantly decreased prison populations, but that by this last year, we obviously have hopped back up to almost pre-COVID levels. One of the other things we do to measure, and I should go back and talk a little bit more about that. When we're looking at these projections, the main drivers, the significant primary drivers of people being incarcerated are admissions and releases, admissions and length of stay. So if any of those actually change, then you have different dynamics that are going on within the facilities. So those are the 2 items, admissions and length of stay, that actually dictate the projections. In this particular slide, what is from a facilities management perspective, what they like to see obviously is more releases than admissions. And that obviously had happened during the COVID years, but we have gone back to admissions leading releases. So, and we anticipate that that will continue as the courts have caught up with everything. I know that the legislature has done things with speedy trial and that type of thing, but we've seen a lot of those jury trials that were for severe offenses. Those have already made their way through. And so the only issues that were happening were all of the COVID charging that they had fallen behind on. Now they were trying to get to that. And so I think we're going to continue to see an increase, and you'll see that in the projections. But the direct new court commitments have spiked quite a bit since 21, just indicating that things are getting back, that the party's over, and we're getting back to normal, which is going reaching towards capacity again for the male and female populations. For those folks that are coming into the facilities, not because they were directly sentenced there, but because they failed on probation. This gives you an idea of while we've actually decreased population since 2018, that's starting to increase again in terms of violations, whether they be new offenses or technical violations that allow them to go back. On the back end of things, after they've already done their time and they're placed on parole or post-release supervision, this gives you an idea of the numbers. Again, they're increasing again to give you an idea that, again, we're coming out of COVID. And then this just is a comparison together of probation violators with the parole post-release violators with the new sentence. So we put all those that data that we received together with the assumptions that were made by the consensus group, and we get what we have in this slide as far as the population projections. And this gives us the model that we use gives us a 10-year projection to give DOC and other stakeholders an idea of what we believe the population will look like. That is broken down on your left-hand column there on the first column by offender group to kind of give you an idea. One of the things that was concerning to us, where you see the N1 to N3 and then the N4 to N6, those are offenses that are more serious, are actually most serious, with the exception of off-grid offenses, which are usually, those are life sentences, homicide, and child sex crimes. So while this is still on grid, there's a lot of serious, we heard a lot of anecdotes in terms of during the consensus meeting about the offenders are becoming more violent. And so this is somewhat reflected in this. At the same time, this is exactly the place where the guidelines shine, in that this is specifically where the most serious offenders should be is incarcerated. And so the guidelines provides that is actually the where we see those offenders. Now, again, we're looking at a situation with a potential almost 39% increase in higher level person offenses. It's somewhat concerning. Hopefully that's a one-off for this last year, but again, we'll continue to monitor that next year to see whether or not it is actually a trend. But as it stands, the 10-year population, 11,280 down there at the bottom of your screen, or a 26.4% increase, is what the projection has actually told us. And so that's something that we, as many of you know, this is just another illustration in chart form of capacity. We started as it became very apparent that staffing was an issue with KDOC. We started indicating not only capacity of the facilities, but also staff capacity. so that you can have a better idea of where things are going based upon the amount of staff that they do have. So this particular illustration gives you male and female population of where we are at. We're right at staff capacity for the most part. But going forward with the projected amounts that we will be over staff capacity fairly quickly. Just broken down into the male population, it looks similar to the since it makes up the majority of the population. There's a 81-95 staffing capacity there. That it will take a little while to get to capacity, but they have a capacity of 9,668. The female population, interestingly enough, their capacity is right at staffing capacity, so we don't indicate that in there. But that doesn't appear that from this particular projection that we're going to reach that till 2028. So like any other good agency, one of the things when we make these projections, we track every month as to how we're doing. And so with the aid of KDOC numbers, we're able to track then our projected numbers versus the actual numbers. My instruction to the research staff is that we get, normally you're in the 5% context statistically on either side. We look at 2% as our thresholds. And so trying to stay within that 2% to make sure that a percent of error is important, not only for just for bragging rights or statistical purposes, but also it's we're all taxpayers, and if we give projections that are way out of line, that potentially would cause KDOC to want to build and spend hundreds of millions of dollars, that's a problem. And so part of being accurate in the projections allows KDOC to feel confident about whether or not they actually have to come to the legislature and request funding to build, or they can be for another couple of years feel comfortable in where they're at. So we take that obviously very seriously in our charge. And as you can see, the model itself that we are using works great. And it has even through, and I was a little worried during COVID just because there were a whole lot of wild cards, but the model is continuing to work even through COVID. And so you see there are some in the female, just because we have less population there's only 700 females incarcerated. So when you have differences, it's affected a little bit more percentage wise, but on the whole, the model, as you can see, is worked very well for us, and that's something that we, the model that we use is circa 1995, and it's still doing a good job. What I will tell you though is we are trying to be progressive, and we are looking at other models right now, and that we will probably be looking at running them together to make sure that they are similar, but we are looking to upgrade at some point in time with hopefully the same success as the profit model that we're using. So where are we at right now? Starting in 2024, the model is still holding very well. This is overall, again, is the and I will say, if I go back to, maybe I think I have one that I need to, well, maybe not. So again, our margin of error is looking fairly good. Anytime you can be under 100 for a population of over 9,000 is pretty good. This just gives you a tracking as far as the current population of since July. Thankfully, we're tracking under what was projected. But it is kind of falling in line with what that projection was. Just thankfully fewer inmates. This is the one I wanted to talk about. It actually should should be 0.5 instead of 0.05, I think is what you have in your materials. But still, nonetheless, from a male perspective, that's to be within that threshold is where we need to be as far as the model. The female population is getting a little higher than I'd like to see it, but that's something that again, that's something that obviously our office can't control, and that's controlled by the courts throughout the state as far as sending them to DOC. But we hope that based upon the modeling that we're doing, that we're getting fairly close. Finally, and I'll just kind of wrap it up with this, we do currently have 5 bills since this is the second year of the biennium. We do have 5 bills that are housed, 4 I think in House Corrections, 1 is in House Judiciary. I'll let you look at those. A lot of them deal with reform efforts regarding making those possession crimes similar to that of level 8 crimes on the non-drug grid, for example. This at some point, having someone be responsible for 42 months in prison for possession of a joint seems a little excessive, depending on the circumstances. You hope that and the prosecutors do a fairly good job with their discretion of being able to do that. But there is a possibility that those type of things can happen. That's a carryover from the early 90s when the sentences were set in stone. So those type of things that we think that the legislature should revisit and make a little bit more proportional with those crimes such as burglary and that type of thing. When you start making proportional comparisons. Other things are we talked a little bit about incentivizing those offenders in the incarcerated population that we already have good time credit, program credit, those type of things. We also have a bill that talks about allowing for increasing of good time and program credit, but also incentivizing those folks put on probation as well to get off of probation and be successful and complete that. And that actually allows for after 50% of their probation term that they potentially are eligible for release. And then they can't do it any more than twice their normal supervision probation, their normal maximum term of supervision on probation. So with that, be happy to stand for any questions. Again, thank you for the opportunity I know you've been here for 3 days and heard a lot of folks. I tried to keep the blue tie going with the last couple speakers. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to stand for those, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Scott. Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Scott, for being here. I just want to say it's a real honor to be part of the Sentencing Commission, and it's a great bunch of folks, and you and your staff do great work. And so thank you and keep it up. It sounds like you were listening to Judge St. Peter's presentation. Do you have any thoughts on his recommendations for expanding SB 123 drug treatment?
I think, I did make some notes, and I think that we have been exposed to that in terms of MAT, and I appreciate his comments regarding that. Cost, as he indicated to you, I think was $6,000 for an offender for 6 months. It would exponentially increase the cost of the program, no doubt about it. I think Captain Obvious could tell you that. But at the same time, our concern certainly is because with the opioids, with alcohol type of situation, they certainly are treatments there. The issues, I think, and I would love to get a report if they have that to be able to, because we certainly want to work as much as we can with drug courts, any other specialty courts that we potentially could provide services to. But the issue becomes is once you have that individual on MAT for that time period, what happens after the supervision is over? Where does that treatment come from? Are there resources then after that for them to continue on that treatment? Because in our situation, after 18 months, we can no longer by statute fund. So where they're getting those, continuing treatment, that would be a, if that could be resolved, then certainly that makes the road a little bit smoother. But yeah, I think that I think there was some mention of treatment in sink cases potentially. That would be something I think that might be interesting to look at. Court services cannot use the program right now just simply because by statute, SB 123 offenders can only be supervised by community corrections. So that is the system that we actually, and that's, I think he talked about that just a little bit, since community corrections are the ones that supervise offenders, until that would actually be changed. The other situation certainly would be is, we would have to do some back end type of things to actually allow for, because the system we have set up right now is specifically exclusive to community corrections. So that would take a little programming, but certainly my philosophy in the program, as we've developed it and expanded it over the last 15 years, has been to make it available wherever we can.
Sure. The question for you, Scott. So probably along those same veins, the community correction. A couple of years ago, we passed a law that allowed for diverted defendants to get SB 123 treatment, but that has really never came to fruition. It hasn't really taken off. Is that the same issue, that because those are lower level offenders, they're not supervised by community corrections and therefore aren't accessing it? Or I guess the bigger question is, what do we need to do to fix that to make sure that they can access it?
Yeah, and great question. I think part of that has to do with an education piece. We currently have, I believe, 12 offenders in the program. And obviously, because they are on diversion, they don't need the services that some of the moderate to high risk offenders actually need. Part of the struggle is that this is a discretionary program with the prosecutors, as you know. And so they make the decision as to whether or not to set, do I even allow for drug diversions? Do I even allow, there are, at some point in time, several years ago, there was actually a prosecutor that didn't do diversions at all. And that's within their purview. If they don't want to divert traffic, drug thefts, shoplifting, worthless check, that type of stuff, that's within their purview. And as elected officials, they have to keep that in mind when they're in their own communities. However, the law allows for that, and I think we need to continue to encourage. We have actually done at least one, if not two, webinars specifically trying to get the KCDAA involved and get them attending to provide that. My SB 123 director and I wrote an article for their newsletter that they put out twice a year. And that was very helpful as far as getting some feedback from them on that. But that is because it's a discretionary program. Part of the other issue certainly is the thresholds to actually be involved is higher. And so that some of those folks on diversion don't have they have more pro-social proclivities. And so they don't need as much services, and so they're not going to score as high on the assessments to be able to actually receive treatment. There are some that are, but a lot of the folks that are SB 123 eligible have had a fairly significant criminal past. Well, normally in the diversion context, you aren't eligible, because if you do have a lot of criminal activity, diversion is normally reserved for folks that are right on the edge or have just dipped their toe into the criminal justice system. And so that's kind of it has been disappointing with regard to that. I would say from a legislative standpoint, it was good that probably you didn't fund that because we didn't receive any appropriations for that. But with the hope that there was going to be some movement there, and unfortunately, we continue to try and encourage prosecutors to continue to open the door there. to allow for that because we have funds available for it.
Very good. Questions, Representative Russman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about fentanyl this morning. What kind of effect do you think it's going to have on our prison population?
Representative Resman, thank you for throwing that softball to me. I knew after Director Mativi talked about that this morning that that there may be some questions, and so I had my research folks, my research director, pull it up. We won't have 23 numbers until next week, but I can tell you what we have for 6 months, and it's alarming. For the 6 months of the fiscal year, we had 55 total convictions for fentanyl. 41 of those were for possession, 14 of them were for distribution. That kind of, and I can give you more breakdowns in terms of even farther as far as, those that were possession, 6 were to prison, 35 were to probation. Of those distributing, 9 went to prison, 5 were sentenced to probation. This was just within 6 months. So we have the other 6 months to that we need to still be able to determine. So it's possible from the 22 data, which we didn't really start specifically doing fentanyl, but we had some numbers. That's almost a threefold increase just with those numbers. So it could potentially be a 5 or 6-fold increase of convictions and sentences. But we'll be able to, like I said, next week we'll have all of the data cleaned and be able to bring that to you once the session starts, I'm sure.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you. Scott, I have this morning, I believe I heard him say that, somebody say that the SB 123 treatment, when we talked about the $6,000 cost, didn't that include medication? And you may not know, but this individual was given medication, I think, and counseling or training or whatever. So it occurred to me when that came up, and I didn't feel it was appropriate to ask at the time, but could we negotiate prices for that kind of treatment with drug companies or Medicaid or whoever? Because we all know the prices of drugs are so inflated in this country. And I'm just wondering if that's something, and I don't know where it would come from, who would do the negotiating or have the ability to do that. But it seems to me, from what I've done with my study of the pharmaceutical benefit management and drug inflation, and if you buy from Target, it's cheaper, than buying from a small pharmacy. And also that if you pay cash, it's cheaper than if you use insurance. So I'm just wondering if there's some wiggle room in the cost of a treatment plan like that. And I would like for you all to look into whether there's any way to negotiate prices. I don't know if it's you or if it's somebody else that should look into that. But it seems to me that there's some wiggle room there for, and I know those drugs are expensive, but they are effective.
That's a great question, and what I can tell you is we spend currently without MAT about somewhere it vacillates between, depending on the year, about $3,600 per offender per year, and so adding any type of that onto that. Yes, depending on your perspective, I suppose, if you're going to versus spending $37,000 to incarcerate somebody a year, it depends on your perspective. But I would imagine that we'd probably be at least doubling the amount per offender if we actually included MAT. To your question, as far as negotiating pharmaceutical costs, that is something that we would have to do some digging, because we obviously don't do, we control costs of length of stays and cost caps as far as the treatment, inpatient and outpatient treatments are concerned, but we don't as far as any type of medication. That would be something that we'd have to go searching for.
If this isn't if you're not the right person to ask, but are those drugs, are you buying them through Medicaid or through What kind of,
Since we don't pay for any MAT right now, I don't know where we would actually, where we would start. No, we're just doing the counseling portion.
per person? I mean, that's not what I was comparing it to at all. I'm talking about the cost of those medications is high. They are effective. If we should go in that direction, would it be through the, I'm just thinking we should look at it. Would it be through the governor's office? Would it be through the insurance commissioner's office, or would it be through counties? I don't know. Another question is, if you give a diversion, doesn't it require a guilty plea, a guilty admission, and then you plea bargain? Is that the way those are done?
Representative, in some states, that's actually what happens. In Kansas, the prosecutor actually runs the diversion program, and in some cases, they even have a diversion coordinator that has a separate position. That's an agreement between the prosecutor and the offender. They sign an affidavit that essentially has all of it's basically a confession as to what happened. And that's actually held for whatever the term of the diversion is. Once the diversion is successfully completed, sometimes the case is filed, sometimes it hasn't been filed. If it's filed, then the case would actually be dismissed with prejudice if they successfully complete it.
So
and
they would not have to do expungements to get it dismissed if that's the way that prosecutor handles it.
Right. I think the arrest would be the only thing that probably would need to be expunged if someone was desiring to do that. The diversion would not show up, with the exception of, if they got another DUI, for example, that would actually be counted. But it's not going to show up otherwise if they successfully complete.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that local. I mean, it's not a state or national.
No, and that's what I was talking about with the 123 assistance on the possession diversions. 2168-25 specifically allows for this to take place. So they have enabling legislation to allow them to actually have the diversions with the possession offenders. It's just a matter of, if you don't, it's discretionary, and they have control of that within their jurisdiction.
Thank you. And when we put SB 123 in place, we knew that these persons, it wasn't their first time to be in court, but they had not been convicted in the past. So they may have used like a diversion process. Is that what could have
Some of them could
allowed
have
them to have a record?
Right. Some of them could actually, and in the context that we're talking about, they could actually receive treatment while they're on diversion. If they are not successful and get revoked, that affidavit is then used against them in court. I basically, as a prosecutor, walk in, drop that on the judge. It basically has everything in there because the offender signed off on it, and they could actually potentially be available for original SB 123 treatment and continue a treatment there while they're being sentenced. They would just now have a felony conviction.
It's very complicated, but thank you for talking with me about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, thanks for being here. Yesterday, I asked this to the secretary, and he said you'd be the better person to ask. But since then, I kind of did a little bit more looking. It's interesting on the population, the prison population. If you take pre 2019, when it started jumping down because of COVID, if you extend that line out, as if it would have, the capacity hits almost the exact same time. As far as with your new line, the capacity of our prison hits almost exactly the same, but that trend line doesn't ever start coming back down to the same as it was pre-COVID. So, and I'm not. I mean, you guys are usually pretty spot on your, but you think it's going to continue to rise at a higher level even after we kind of get back to where we get through the increase of because of COVID.
I hope that you're right. However, the the data that we have currently from this past year will tell us that we actually have folks, as I indicated before, that are getting those severity level 1s and 2s. Those folks normally will have higher criminal histories, and they'll also be spending more time in prison. And so you have a stacking effect that actually starts to occur, that they're not getting out within that 10-year window. So because of that, my hope is that those numbers will go down for next year. So when we do the projections again, we hopefully will see we see a flattening effect. But because of the data that we have, it's not looking like that at this point. If that changes, which as I said, I hope it does, and we have fewer of those more severe person felonies, then yes, you're going to see quite a bit more of a flattening. But that's why we were concerned about that as well, just because it's like we're right back to where we're at, maybe even a little higher. But that's one of the reasons why it's actually showing it's a little higher.
Okay, yeah, because I did think that was interesting that if you extend that line out, it hits the same time. Period.
Yes.
And it's understandable that you'd have that V, and it looks like to me that you hit about where. It's also interesting that it's going to take us almost to 2027 to get back to where we were. And you would think in that amount of time, the COVID deferments, I don't know how else to say it, but those that are setting because of COVID that's a long time for that to.
Well, keep in mind, though, there were other dynamics going on at the same time. During COVID, you had courts that were actually doing more mediation than they'd ever, I think, done before. And so we had judges going from one jurisdiction to another, actually doing mediations with defense attorneys and prosecutors. And so they were mediating some of those things that would be out of the norm than you would have pre-COVID. Whether or not that continues or not, now that we're back to normal, I don't know the answer to the question, but there were other dynamics going on just instead of COVID, but there were other things that the courts were actually doing to try and get things through the system. But also whether or not those stay now that COVID we're on the other side, hopefully, of it, that if those continue to stay, then that potentially will keep things down. If the prosecutors will say, we're not going to do that anymore, full speed ahead, then you're probably going to see higher incarcerations, increased sentences.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. One more question for you that I have. So yesterday when we were touring the Topeka Women's Prison, one of the gals that's part of the leadership there who I was walking with said that she believes that we are tougher on females in sentencing than we are on males. Do we have any data that suggests that there is a disparity between the sentences given to females versus the sentence given to males?
I don't know that specifically we have that. We could certainly compare certain offenses with regard to males and females. Part of that goes back, though, to depending on whether you're going to compare apples to apples, because normally male population commits most of the violent offenses. The norm that you get with female populations are those that are forgeries, identity thefts, theft, those type of crimes. So if we utilize those, perhaps we could actually compare those two. But certainly comparing homicides, male and female, I don't know that there'd be a lot of utility in that. What I would say is during the time that we did justice reinvestment and did the sanctions to prison, females were I believe, 3 times as likely to receive prison sanctions, or there were more of them in the ratio. Keep in mind our female population is small, but they were 3 times as likely to get a prison sanction as men were. Which before we instituted that, and that was one of the reasons the commission came back and said, we need to. You can keep your quick dips in the jails, but the prison sanctions are not working. They're not being imposed. And there's this disproportionality going on with the females. Prior to that, what we had seen was that females actually, on the whole, received more opportunities on probation. They didn't get revoked as often, most likely because they had families to take care of, or they had jobs and families, and they were to some degree the breadwinners of the family, and the courts took pause at that before they would send. I think probably Representative Smith can probably attest to that. So there was, whether or not that pendulum has swung, we've talked about pendulums, whether that swung, I would have to go back and look. If we compared, if we looked at the female population of what they actually are incarcerated for, and we took a male population sample and we looked at that as well, we could probably be able to tell you what those average sentences were and that type of thing based upon criminal history.
Yeah, I would be interested in that.
Okay.
And I mean, that's nothing urgent, but it would be interesting to me if we do have those disparities, what we need to do to possibly address that. Now, that doesn't, and I don't know how detailed you track the data, because if somebody, if a male only had one probation violation and then was sentenced to prison versus the female that might have had 3 and then received a stronger sentence. I don't know. I'll let you parse out that data to the extent that you can. But if you could check into that, I would be interested.
Yeah, we'd be happy to get you something.
Okay. Further questions, committee? All right. Seeing none, Scott, thank you very much. Appreciate all of your dedication and the data that you've provided, as always. Committee, we have one more presentation from Colonel Eric Smith, although I do not see the Colonel in the room, and he is set to start in 4 minutes. Maybe he's waiting outside. No, perfect. Well, we did have a break scheduled for this time. We can certainly take 10 minutes. Okay, let's take 10 minutes, take a quick break, allow them to get set up for their presentation, and we'll meet back here at 2:50. Thank you. Committee, if we will go ahead and take our seats, we'll get everything started. Our final presentation of our three-day committee is on the Kansas Highway Patrol, and we'd like to welcome Colonel Eric Smith, our new superintendent of the Kansas Highway Patrol. Welcome him to the podium to share a little about himself and his organization.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, it was not lost on me that you mentioned that this was the end of a three-day hearing, and so I trust that I'll zip through this quite quickly and there will be no questions. So first of all, just by way of introduction, Eric Smith, I'm the superintendent of the Kansas Highway Patrol, and I've been in that position since July the 7th of this year. Prior to that, up until June the 30th, I was employed by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, and I retired from federal service on June 30th and came to the patrol back in Kansas on July the 7th. Much farther back, rewind button, I'm a native of Ellsworth, Kansas. I grew up in Ellsworth and graduated. The afternoon that I graduated, I moved down to Derby, where I had a job lined up at what was then Boeing, bucking rivets on a 747 production line. And it didn't take too long for me bucking rivets on a 747 line to realize that that was nothing that I was really interested in doing for a lifetime. And during that time, I was approached by a sergeant from the Derby Police Department, and he invited me to come into the dispatch center. I wasn't 21, wasn't qualified to be a law enforcement officer by age at that time, and he invited me to come into their dispatch center, and he introduced me to the world of emergency communications and introduced me to this position of reserve dispatcher. And what I found out later that meant was free labor. So I did that for a little while, part-time, while I was working at Boeing, and ultimately that became a full-time job that then transitioned into a full-time job at Sedgwick County Emergency Communications in Wichita. And then later, as a deputy with the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office. I was in that position for about 9 years, moved through the ranks of patrol investigations, a patrol sergeant, investigations supervisor. And in 2002, I was hired by DEA, transferred to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Spent about 6 years doing special agent drug work in Minnesota, and had the opportunity to transfer back to Wichita as a special agent for about 4 years. Promoted into a supervisory position in Overland Park. Had an obligatory rotation into DEA headquarters in Washington, D.C. Little less than 2 years later, came back to Kansas City to lead all DEA operations in Western Missouri and the District of Kansas, which included DEA operations in Overland Park, Topeka, Wichita, and Garden City. Then took a position as a deputy special agent in charge in Houston. Was then appointed as the chief inspector, an assistant administrator position at DEA headquarters, and that was the last position that I held until my retirement. So in 31 years of law enforcement in Kansas, about 23 of that has been spent in service to the citizens of Kansas. So that's my background. I'm super excited to be away from the Beltway and back in the Midwest with the salt of the earth. I'm extremely proud to be a member of the Kansas Highway Patrol, and an agency that I've admired since 1980, when I first met a trooper when I was in the 4th grade. In fact, I like to joke that I applied for the Kansas Highway Patrol in 1992 and was rejected. So now the joke's on them. So moving on just a little bit about the agency. I'm going to presume that most of you know just as much, if not more, about the Kansas Highway Patrol, but I really want to highlight what our mission is, how we're comprised, how we're organizationally structured, and what capacity and capabilities we have throughout the state. One of the things that our agency offers is a statewide presence. It's unique from many other statewide agencies in that they have regional presence, but the Kansas Highway Patrol has a presence in every county in the state of Kansas. And we have the ability to respond anywhere at any time. the level of professionalism within the Kansas Highway Patrol, as you'll see from the specialty units that I articulate here in a little bit, a lot of high-level performance and a lot of specialized training that is of service to the citizens of Kansas and to the other law enforcement communities within Kansas. We do have a sworn population of about 470 troopers, give or take. So we are stationed throughout the state. And our primary mission is traffic safety and criminal law enforcement. A little bit about our agency by the numbers in terms of statistics, what our accomplishments look like. This doesn't tell the whole story, but it tells a story. In 2022, which is the last full year of statistics available to us, what you can see on the screen is representative of some of our significant activities. 34 crime guns seized. What I mean by crime guns is that those firearms were in and of themselves in violation of some type of state or federal law. Firearms aren't seized from law-abiding gun owners. They're seized when the guns are stolen, when the serial numbers are filed off, or when they're possessed by someone who is prohibited by law from possessing that firearm. The next statistic that I want to point out and speak just a little bit about, and I know you've heard from the director at the KBI, he speaks very eloquently about fentanyl and the inherent danger and risk that it poses to our society and to our communities. In 2022, the Kansas Highway Patrol seized 116 pounds of fentanyl. As a former DEA agent, I used a little bit of different math when we bought dope on the streets. There are 454 grams in a pound. And as you probably heard from the director, as little as 2 grams of fentanyl can be a lethal dose. So if you were to do the quick math, that's 52,664 grams that the Kansas Highway Patrol seized. And at a 2-gram lethal dose, there were 26,332 lethal dosage units of fentanyl seized in 2022. That's got to be scary. It's got to be scary to every community that you represent. It's got to be scary to the families and to the children in those communities, and we need to take that seriously. The next 2 numbers, I think, probably touch just a little bit about on what this committee is here to talk about, and that's corrections and juvenile justice. The number of felony arrests and the number of DUI arrests combined in 2022 is 3,388. That's 3,388 small little pinpricks that impact the correction system, whether at the state KDOC level or at the county jail level. That's an impact on the system. Speeding citations, that is what it is. Those are cyclical. What I want to note about speeding citations is the curse of high speed citations, if you will. High speed citations, speeding citations that are issued for greater than 100 miles an hour seems to be an upward trending epidemic. I know anecdotally of a troop out in western Kansas, a single trooper who wrote 9 of those in one single shift. And that particular troop, which is just about 27-ish counties in the northwest part of the state, that troop alone issued over 1,800 last year, speeding over 100 miles an hour. So you will probably be hearing from the Kansas Highway Patrol when the session resumes in January about doing what we can from a policy perspective on cracking down on those drivers. Injuries and fatal crashes, 1,762 injury and fatal crashes. If you go to the next slide and look at today's numbers, we're trending about 3 to 5% down year to date. The next slide represents January to June of this year. So just really quickly to recap the numbers, 2023 in comparison to 2022, we're about even on the number of firearms that we're seizing. We're about 50% down on the amount of fentanyl that we're seizing, down 40% on felony arrests, tracking even on DUIs, trending downward on speeding citations, and downward on injury and fatality crashes. Just to talk real briefly about the juvenile arrest, because it's not represented on either one of these slides, but I did want to mention that Kansas Highway Patrol arrested juveniles at the rate of 25 last year and year to date, or January to June this year, 25. So that's almost, if that was tracking, it would be 100% increase by the end of the year. Next slide talks about the number of sworn personnel by year. And one of the questions that I'm often asked is about recruitment and retention. This slide is representative of retention. And so I think what is important about this slide is it really kind of separates or divorces the idea that recruitment and retention are inherently intertwined. There is a relationship between recruitment and retention, but one thing that this represents is that really over almost a 10-year period, retention, the number of people that stay in the ranks, is generally pretty level. We're down right now about 15 from a 10-year high. Down 15 is not statistically significant in terms of the overall numbers. But I did want to talk just a little bit about our recruitment efforts as well. And I want to talk about it, I think, in just a little bit different of a context than maybe you've heard before. When we hear about law enforcement recruitment, it's often brought up that this is a problem nationwide. Every agency in the state of Kansas, every agency in the United States is having trouble with recruitment. And that's true, but I don't want to get bogged down in that. Because there are a lot of external factors that impact recruitment. And some of those things are George Floyd issues, some of those things are COVID issues. But what I want to talk about is things that I and my administration within the Kansas Highway Patrol can control. I don't want to talk about what we can't control. I want to talk about what we can control. And so when I talk about recruitment, and when I sit and think about things that impact negative recruitment or poor recruitment, I've found in the last 2.5 or 3 months, a lot of things that are within our control. They're self-inflicted pain points. Things like timelines, things like the application workflow process, things about how often a command staff can assemble to review and disqualify or qualify applicants. Things like how long an applicant, once minimally qualified, sits in a candidate pool with no progression or no matriculation through any type of identified or constructed process. And I just want to give you an example, and I'm certainly not trying to be critical of the status quo. I'm simply trying to point out that there are things that I have seen and that I have recognized that I feel that we can change that will create enthusiasm and energy and a positive trend in recruitment. Here's that example. We recently, I think 2 recruitment cycles ago, began a program where we recruit previously certified Kansas law enforcement officers. And rather than having them go through the full KHP 22+ week academy, because they've been a previously certified Kansas law enforcement officer, they have the core KLETC requirements already on their transcript. We need to teach them things about the Kansas Highway Patrol, about things that are unique to KHP, like motor carrier inspections, scales, weights, things of that nature, so they can go through a shorter academy. So we've done that twice, and we have is it our second or our third that's in now? So we currently have a class of 10 or 11, and it's the second iteration of that program. On September 1st of this year, we advertised that same program again for next year. Vacancy announcement opens September 1st, closes December 31st. The class starts September 17th of next year. That's too long. If we get an applicant that's qualified this year, this month, next month, and we don't start them until September of next year, there's another agency that's going to snatch that qualified candidate away from us. And we have to do better with our timelines. We have to be able to increase our capacity and our pace of onboarding and training. Those are things we can control. There are several things like that that we can control. So I don't want to talk about what the rest of the nation is facing. I don't want to talk about societal ills or the way people have a negative view of law enforcement, because I know that's not Kansas. The majority of Kansas supports law enforcement. There are qualified applicants in our state, in our community, in the military, and I feel like we can attract them. Next slide just talks about the number of troopers currently in training. Again, I talked about the condensed class combined with the traditional class that started in July. Those are going concurrently right now, and they'll graduate 21 at the end of December. That will put us on pace to have 30, maybe 32 for the year. What's important about 30 or 32 for the year, and this isn't something that's included in the slide, but I also want to speak to what I feel is a myth that's promulgated throughout KHP historically, is that recruitment is down, morale is down, everything is bad, everything is terrible, nobody wants to work for the Highway Patrol. If we graduate 32 people in calendar year 2023, let's compare it to what we graduated in 2022. We ran actually 3 classes in 2022, graduated 15. We're on track to graduate twice as many this year as we did last year. In 2021, we graduated a total of 5. That's 3 times as many this year as 2 years ago. 7 in 2020. So again, I'm hopeful, I'm enthusiastic, I remain positive about where our recruiting is trending and our capacity and our capability to attract good men and women to this career. Just a little bit about KHP, and I'll try to zip through this relatively quickly. Certainly, if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to come back and speak to them. But as an agency, we're organized into 8 patrol troops, patrol zones. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. A is Kansas City, B is Topeka, C is headquartered in Salina, D in Hayes, E in Garden City, F in Wichita. G is the Kansas Turnpike Authority, and it's also headquartered in Wichita, and then Troop H in Chanute. But that represents only a portion of KHP operations, uniformed and sworn operations, and we'll start talking about those on the next few slides. Troop I is our motor carrier assistance, safety and assistance program. That houses our critical highway accident reconstruction team, which is an advanced crash and accident reconstruction, completely funded by the Department of Transportation. Also our motor carrier inspectors, scale houses, the weights, scales, things of that nature. That troop is based in Topeka. Troop J is our Kansas Highway Patrol Training Academy. That's also based in Salina. That houses a subset called our breath alcohol unit, and that's the entity responsible for all DUI enforcement, whether it's alcohol or illicit drugs or any drugs, driving under the influence of drugs. Troop K is the Capitol Police. The Capitol Police, as you probably know, are responsible for the safety and security of the physical infrastructure in the Capitol area complex, as well as the state office buildings and Cedar Crest. Capitol Police is comprised of sworn law enforcement officers, of part-time law enforcement officers, and also of guards. Troop L is our Governor's Protection and Dignitary Protection Detail. Excuse me. Troop M is our Communications Center. The majority of those operations are housed at our statewide dispatch center in Salina, but there is our Criminal Justice Information System switch and auditors that sit in here in Topeka. Troop N is a unique troop in that they are more akin to an investigative troop. They house all of the troopers assigned to federal task forces, DEA, FBI task force. They also are responsible for the troopers assigned statewide on the domestic highway enforcement team. That's a fancy acronym for criminal interdiction, and that's not just limited to drug interdiction. It's to detect and rescue victims of human trafficking and all types of contraband smuggling. Troop S is kind of your high-speed hut guys, those your SWAT guys, the bomb hazardous device bomb techs, the police service dog units, and those police service dogs are trained not only in handler protection, but in drug detection, also in explosives detection. And more recently, they did escalate their training certifications to include the detection of fentanyl, much like KBI has done. One thing about that hazardous device unit is there are units throughout the state. Wichita is one of them. Kansas City, I believe Johnson County or some combination of agencies in Johnson County have hazardous device response, but the Kansas Highway Patrol responds to about 75% of requests statewide for ordnance disposal. I want to move on to Troop T and talk about our aircraft aviation unit, headquartered here in Topeka, but they have hangar bases in Hays and Wichita also. Something I'm particularly proud of, although I didn't have a lot to do with getting it positioned as it is today. I certainly see a lot of hope for this in the future. KHP is the only Kansas law enforcement agency with an air asset today. And that's extremely valuable. For instance, lots of kudos coming from the chief of police in Wichita and their anti-violent crime efforts when our aircraft is in the air in Wichita, helping them to terminate pursuits, helping them to track active shooters, drive-by shooters, people fleeing from the police for serious felony warrants, etc. Significant amount of good anti-violent crime efforts in Wichita. To that end, the legislature over the last several years has approved a lot of upgrades to those efforts. I was in Wichita at Textron last week to accept delivery of the new Cessna Caravan, which will be stationed in Hays. Fantastic aircraft with a lot of capacity. It will also serve as the backup executive aircraft for the state. The executive aircraft will be retired tomorrow. It'll be traded into to Textron in anticipation of delivery of the Cessna Citation. Should be coming in December. There are also 2 Airbus helicopters, one for Topeka, and then the second one delivered mid next year, which will also be available in Wichita as well. This body and everyone in the legislature should be really proud of the investment. That's not an investment in KHP. That's an investment in Kansas law enforcement efforts statewide. Very proud to be a part of that and to be able to play a leadership role in that. Homeland Security and Emergency Operations is a troop that not really a lot of people hear about or talk about, but is very important in a lot of ways. This is our partnership liaison with FEMA. The state of Kansas has an emergency support function, or ESF 13 as it's known in FEMA parlance. They run a large variety of the continuity of operation plans for the agency across the state. They also do grant administration. KHP and this troop is the pass-through for about $4.2 million annually in federal grants, 80% of which are passed on to local law enforcement agencies in your constituency. And then there is a Kansas law enforcement working group that reviews those grant applications annually, and KHP chairs that review. And those grants are not only to serve national priorities, but also state of Kansas priorities set by the Adjutant General. Troop V is also a little-known troop, unless you're familiar with the story about the seized Corvette. Troop V is the statewide vehicle inspection program. They do VIN inspections designed to detect and recover stolen vehicles. It was a surprise to me. Shouldn't have been, but it was. The amount of organized crime related and insurance fraud related vehicle thefts and simple online scam related vehicle thefts in order to seek duplicate titles and then fraudulent sales, particularly in the online market. So Troop V is very active in seizing and recovering stolen vehicles. I know that the committee did want to hear a few things about the needs of the agency in terms of our enhancements. I did want to talk just real briefly without getting too far down into the dollars and cents, what enhancements that we will be asking for in the upcoming session. First of all, repairs and upgrades to the training facility in Salina. There may be people in this room who have attended one or more tours to the training academy in Salina. It's a fantastic facility. It was a great opportunity back in the day to acquire a property. KHP has done a fantastic job maintaining it, but it is old and it needs a lot of updates. And I think there's an enhancement request that's pending to the tune of about $1.1 million in a lot of ways, just to bring it up to compliance with minimum ADA type standards. There's an elevator that doesn't work. There's a stairwell that's literally the concrete has crumbled and it's not usable. things of that nature. On scene or on site there at that Marymount facility in Salina, not only does it house Troop J, our training center, but it houses Troop C, the North Central Kansas Troop Command headquarters. And then in the basement of that building, it houses Troop M, the statewide communications center. That facility, I don't know of any other way to put it, but that facility is a shame. To put the men and women 24/7 in that facility and expect them to work under the high pressure and the high stress that they do in that limited, cramped, no light, low light facility, it needs to be updated. And we are asking for an enhancement to rebuild that facility. There are a variety of options as to where it can be built, how the land can be acquired. But in terms of the funds needed to retrofit and bring that into the 21st century and then make it a target hardened facility such that it's not subject to weather or any other type of external force, that's a critical facility that needs assistance. The next one is a very really small in the grand scheme of things. We recently finished negotiating the contract with the State Troopers Association, and we did agree to a shift differential enhancement. The shift differential that was being paid to troopers for working anything afternoons, evenings, and overnight for as long as I can see research back 30 years has been 75 cents an hour. That was raised by a quarter to $1 an hour, and that has a budgetary impact of about $300,000 a year. The next thing is the purchase of our Troop B headquarters. Troop B off of Highway 24 and U75 here at the north end of Topeka has been a long-term leased facility. That lease or that property was recently sold to another round of investors. The long-term cost of that lease is such that we believe purchase somewhere in the $2.5 to $3 million range is an investment that will cost less money in the long term. And it also should the business owners having invested in that property decide to go a different direction and not offer that as a lease renewal, it would be extremely disruptive, not only to our troop operations, but to our evidence storage and things of that nature. So there is a proposal to seek an outright purchase of that as opposed to continue leasing that property. And then the last thing on the enhancement list is body-worn cameras. I don't think that there's any need to spend a lot of time justifying the need for body-worn cameras. Body-worn cameras are an important piece of accountability in modern law enforcement. We as an agency support that. We've long had dash cams, and body cams are just another piece, not only to that accountability, but for safety, for evidence to be used in the judicial process, et cetera. We are seeking a grant from the Department of Justice that is a 1-for-1 match. If we are successful in getting that grant, the cost to us is $4 million. So we'd be asking the state for 2 of that to match a grant award of 2. Moving from this year's enhancements onto our 5-year capital improvement plan, and I'll just breeze through that. The 5-year capital improvement plan includes elements of the 5 points that I just recited. It also includes the repair or the replacement of all scale houses throughout the state. The first one is underway in South Haven on I-35 down by the Oklahoma border, and I think the next one is projected for the I-35 station in Olathe. Wabaunsee County needs repaired. Colorado and Western Kansas needs repaired. There are probably others. And then the Troop A evidence and storage facility in Olathe. We recently built evidence storage facilities in Salina, in Garden City, and Wichita. The one in the Troop in Olathe is the next one up. I think rather than continuing to talk about the future, Mr. Chair, I'll happily pause here and answer any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Colonel. Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I just want to make sure I heard something correctly. Did you say that the pay differential increase is going to be 25 cents an hour?
Increased from 75 cents to $1. So
Increased 25 cents, and that was going to cost how much?
about 300,000 per year.
Okay, so that means 1,200,000 hours of shift differential a year. Seems like a lot.
Happy to check the math on that. I probably don't want me to get out my calculator here, but I do have a breakdown on that. So if I recited the numbers right, I have a chart, and I'm happy to share that with the committee. I would also just note too, just for the record, shift differential is only applicable to certain clock hours. So it'd be for hours worked after, I think, 2 p.m., actually for night shifts and overnight shifts only. And then we also extended that to our communication center, which is a 24/7 operation.
Certainly. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, thank you for being here. Going back to the Troop B, which is right at northeast, right? It seems like, if I'm trying to remember, it seems like there was discussion about that building a couple of years ago. Maybe it's been less than that. And the discussion was not, or maybe to find another building, I think. So I guess what I'm hearing now from you is that you feel like that building meets your needs. We just need to get out from underneath the lease and buy it.
I'm certainly not aware of any discussions to vacate that building.
Okay.
In the past. What I can tell you, and what I've been advised by staff, is that if the current leaseor would opt to go a different direction and not renew our lease, moving out of that building would be extremely disruptive.
Okay. And I may not be remembering quite right. I remember a discussion about the lease or purchase of the building. I was thinking maybe there was some thought of not doing either one, going different direction, but maybe not. So is it currently for sale, or
It's not for
it's not? Okay. Because I misunderstood you. I thought you said at first that they were selling it, and then you said now you're wanting to buy it. So
the long-term leaseholder sold it to a new investor recently.
Okay.
So we continued the terms of our lease with that new investor, but are looking to get out from under it before the lease is expired.
Okay, good enough. And then you may not want to answer this, and if you can't answer it, that's fine. I know that in talking to some troopers, the lawsuit that is going on right now with the two-step, what they call the two-step, is really going to hinder your ability to maybe do some of what you've been able to do in the past. And I know that's kind of ongoing, so you may not be able to say much about it, may not want to, simply because it's still ongoing. But I'm sure that you're looking at that. If it continues to go the direction it is, do you feel comfortable that you'll be able to continue to do what you need to do, even in the direction it's going?
You're correct. I am very uncomfortable.
And if you don't feel like you should say anything, that's okay.
Let me just say that the discussions between the plaintiffs or the parties, the discussion between the parties in that case is ongoing. There has not been a final order issued yet. There has been a lot of positive and productive dialogue in those discussions. I have felt, as have others within the organization, that there are things historically that could have been done differently that can be changed now that won't materially impact the ability of the patrol. And then there are things that are represented in that order that very well may. So those are concerning. But we're committed to following the law. We're committed to upholding the Constitution. We're also committed to upholding our responsibility and our obligation to fight crime, particularly as it relates to seizing fentanyl, to identifying and recovering victims of human trafficking. And our best ability to do that is by aggressive enforcement on the highways, at the same time respecting the Constitution and the rule of law. So I think that's probably about all.
Good enough. All right. Thank you.
Senator Fay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Colonel, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your service. Was a couple questions. One on recruitment. Do you get most of your new recruits still from local law enforcement? That used to be a kind of a step up that 50 years ago. I mean, it would, yeah, I could see that around my area. Is that kind of changed a little bit? Where's your new recruitments coming from generally?
You know, it's interesting. A lot of our new recruits that have no background in law enforcement, this is really their first foray out of mom's basement, if you will, their first step into the workforce. Some of that may be a slight exaggeration because there are a lot of new college grads in there as well. A lot of folks out of the military. I would say that certainly if you look at the numbers that are in our academy now, the numbers that are in with no prior law enforcement and the numbers that are in with are about neck and neck. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question. Fines. Let's say you're driving through a town, you got the local police, you got the sheriff, you got the highway patrol. You're driving down the street and you get a guy for red light, and you stop them and they're in town. They go, who actually gets the fine money off of that? Do you ever get any money back to you for what you collect? You don't get anything. It all goes to the counties and the locals.
So fine structures, as best I understand it, and be happy to be proven wrong here, but there are really two different fine structures. There's the county level fine structures that are prosecutions through the district court, and there are municipal fine structures that are prosecuted through a city court. So those are set differently, but district court costs are the same and fine structures are the same, regardless of whether a county sheriff writes a ticket or a highway patrol trooper writes a ticket, because those are prosecuted through a district court. Cannot speak for what any individual city or town council does with their costs or their fees.
Thank you.
Certainly. Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your service. It was a privilege to be on. I actually got to sub in on the Confirmation Oversight Committee when you were confirmed. So thank you for coming back, and we're glad to have you back in your home state. Question about salaries. And I know it varies, urban, rural, suburban, and I know it varies across the state, but generally speaking, can you just talk about how competitive KHP is with a sheriff's department or a police department or other law enforcement entities as far as salary? If you could just talk, and I know it needs to be in general terms because it varies by position, experience, things like that, but can you just kind of enlighten us on that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. I would argue that KHP's salaries are relatively competitive. Certainly every time there is an enhancement to our pay matrix or to our career progression plan, there are cities and counties out there that are fortunate enough to have the resources where they immediately go out and try to jump ahead of that. And so there's constantly this horse race, this jockeying, and it's not just our Johnson County or Sedgwick County agencies. It's other state patrols in our surrounding states that will see what we do and then raise us one. Quite often happens. That's the market. That's the market forces. But KHP has been fortunate, I believe, to stay relatively competitive. Our hourly pay is not necessarily the same, perhaps, as what, say, an Overland Park officer might make. But there's something unique about the patrol. There's a uniqueness and a prestige about the patrol that some folks aren't necessarily motivated by the underlying dollar or the direct deposit into their account on a biweekly basis. They enjoy the opportunity for some of the specialties that I described. Again, as somebody who has an inclination towards air law enforcement, for example, can't go to any other agency in the state and get involved in aviation or a K-9 program or a large-scale highway interdiction program or things of that nature. So while we may not always offer the top dollar, we offer a lot of opportunity at KHP that's quite valuable as well.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and I'm just glad that we're at least in the ballpark of being competitive. So that's reassuring. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You bring up something I haven't really thought of. If say like an Oklahoma or Nebraska trooper, or I'm not sure if they call them troopers, but if they want to relocate in Kansas, what do they have to do? Do they have to go through your training, or is it pretty apples to apples?
So for a state patrol, there's a lot of similarities, but our current policy does not allow for a lateral transfer. They would have to go through an academy again if they're not previously certified in the state of Kansas.
So is that a regulation, or is that statute?
It's a KHP policy.
It's policy. Okay. All right. So it's something you can change if you thought it was needed to be changed. Well, that's what I'm getting at. If we're limiting you through statute,
no,
and we're not. Okay. Thank you.
Let me just follow up with that. There is a statute that's governed by the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training in KLETC that does require some type of reciprocity recognition, but that's not prohibitive in the terms that you're speaking.
Further questions? Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being with us, Colonel. Two things I have on my mind, being from North Central Kansas, I'm glad you are too. Salina has been overlooked. I have meetings at the Highway Patrol Training Center, and even something to the effect that we're used to here is a good internet service and WebExing in, which has been a limitation at some of our meetings. So I'm truly glad that you're considering that. That makes me very happy. And then I think as your only car dealer in the room, very impressed with your Troop V. And what we've done in North Central Kansas is 1 day a week, they're available to us and we take our vehicles there to have inspected. And then of the cashless or no payment system that you've designed where it's picked up at the courthouses when people purchase their vehicles and pay their sales tax or whatever taxes are owed and fees. So I think that's very smart that you're using technology to do that as well. And they're also very convenient. They come to us too. So they're very accommodating, but setting up a one stop once a week is very smart. So you're doing that very well in rural Kansas. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you recognizing the full service that troop does bring. And just a quick comment on the training facility and the technology needs. You know, that's one of the things that's often overlooked. And I think if you get down into the weeds on the enhancement package, there is a technology upgrade. In today's learning environment, I don't think you would find, frankly, a high school, let alone a community college or a university, that doesn't have the latest and greatest in technology for use as a learning tool. And we're woefully behind in that regard.
Excellent. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colonel, for your testimony and for your information day. I've recently had the opportunity to tour the KHP training facility in Salina, and it was interesting. And thank you for the good work that you do there. We're often looking for tools for law enforcement to help our law enforcement community, and one of the things that we've recently done is regarding hiring. That if you're applying for a law enforcement position in one jurisdiction and then you're applying in a different jurisdiction, kind of your background check and the interviews and the witness statements in your application, they travel with you now, where you couldn't apply in one jurisdiction and not be successful, and then apply somewhere new, and your background information didn't always follow you. Have you had opportunity to use that new tool, and has it been helpful in making sure that our law enforcement officers are the best of the best?
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Senator Warren. I'm not as familiar with that practice at the state level, although being a new member of the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, Director Schrader and I have had the conversation about the importance of implementing that more robustly. I will say that I'm quite cognizant of the underlying issues that led to the legislation and the regulation at the federal level. There was recently an executive order that was designed to accomplish similar things. It's quite easy and has been for quite some time for officers fleeing bad conduct to stay just out ahead of the application process. And I am confident that KHP as an organization has a very robust background investigation system in place and vetting system in place. But I think to your point, that being in use at a high level for every agency in the state is of extreme importance. It really goes to the heart of integrity and accountability in today's law enforcement.
And credit to our law enforcement community here in Kansas. I believe that was where that piece of legislation originated. Help us with this tool to, employ the best officers that we can. So I want to, credit them as well. So thank you for that information, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Certainly. Anything else, committee? Colonel, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for your work. Certainly welcome back to Kansas. We look forward to working with you and in the years to come. And thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the committee.
All right, committee. We have certainly heard a lot of testimony over the last 3 days. Hopefully everybody will walk away from here recognizing that we have learned a lot and still have a lot to learn and a lot of work to do. So we're going to move into the discussion and recommendation phase of our meeting. What I just want to clarify for everyone, as I mentioned earlier, I believe before lunch, is that the way we'll handle this is, of course, anybody is welcome to make a recommendation. Just raise your hand, you'll be acknowledged. Briefly state your recommendation, maybe your justifications for it. We'll consider that as your motion to move that forward. We would request a second on that recommendation, and then further discussion at that time, and then we will take it to a vote. So are there any questions on how we will proceed with recommendations? Excellent. Well, then let's move forward. Who wants to start us off with a recommendation? Representative Resman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought this up the other day. It's about the enhancement pay for correctional officers. As they meet their goal of 100% employment for officers, they will lose the enhancement package that the governor set up. And we need to either somehow continue that, even though they're at 100% employment, or somehow incorporate it into their current pay. Otherwise, I've talked to the secretary about this. He's concerned that they will start losing officers because of the lack of pay. They'll go back to the original pay scale. So I think it's kind of important that we look at that.
Okay, so as I understand, your recommendation is to ensure that the enhancement pay for correctional officers continues, whether the way it is or in some form within that 100% pay structure.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Representative Hoy. Any further discussion on that? Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we use the word review in there? Just a thought process that we're aware of the deal. That needs to be reviewed in committee. That part of it, that's the only thing that I would add to that. I hate to go say this is what we're going to do. I'd rather review it in committee and see where we go with it.
Well, I know that it is something that has been in place since sometime in that COVID period. So it's an ongoing program that I think the concern is from our correctional staff that it is going to be terminated at some point, and that's where correction officers are concerned. So you could say that we recommend that it be reviewed and continued, or what specific wording works for you?
Well, my only concern is that it's been in effect for a couple of years, so they've expected it, and by policy issue, if it goes on for a couple of years, doesn't it become not a law, but kind of like a policy?
Sure.
That they really can't take it away from them.
Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, I knew this day would come, and when that was put in place, and we do need to probably continue it. It just, I remember those of us on budget committee talking about how you can't put a temporary increase, something like that, in place and let it go for a couple of years and then say, oh yeah, we're going to pull it back. So, and the way it was set up, even, I just, as you can hire someone with that because they're at 75 or whatever, they're at not at capacity. You can hire one person and it'll take them above that capacity. And then the person you just hired just lost what you said you were going to pay them. So should never have been set up the way it was set up in the first place, but now it is. We do probably need to just continue it.
Representative Carlin, you had a question?
No, I was basically saying what Representative Hoffman said, that we want to recommend that it be continued. We are just advisory.
That's correct.
And unless we write a bill to continue it, so I don't think we need to say review. It will be reviewed.
Okay. Yeah, because we're just a recommendation body.
We need to be strong in our statement, I think. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
certainly. Representative Russman.
To Representative Hoffman's one over, you can be one under and continue it. So, and that would even cause more problems. So,
True. Further discussion, committee. All right, Representative or Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the enhancement for corrections officers and, should it be reviewed or just the recommendation that it continue, I'm not so sure it's a bad idea in how we present this as the recommendation of this committee, that we review it when we have kind of all stakeholders in the room. And, it's hard to put it in place and pull it back, but, what should it look like going forward? And I'm just not sure that while we've had a lot of robust testimony these 3 days, which I appreciate, that perhaps, it's always wise to continue to review. So I don't have any objection to making a recommendation that we review something, not just review neutrally, but review and consider strongly continuing or something like that, but that we don't overstep what our recommendation is. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. I was thinking maybe we recommend the continuation of the enhancement pay for correctional officers and review the structure that is currently in place to change it to a permanent structure, something along those lines, or review it with all stakeholders and see what makes sense going forward. I mean, we're certainly encouraging that it continues, right? Nobody, I think, wants it to stop, to be clear. But it's also just the understanding that we do need to review it and see if maybe this is something that we need to build into the pay structure permanently, so we're not recommending this continuation year after year. Is that fair? Really? Hit rewind. Okay, sorry. So we're going to recommend the continuation of the enhancement pay for correctional officers and review making it a permanent part of their pay structure going forward. Is that correct?
Sorry, I was talking to someone else.
That's all right. I'm getting good. I'll have it memorized by the time I leave here. We're going to recommend the continuation of enhancement pay for correctional officers and review making it a permanent part of the pay plan.
That's fine.
Get better with every time. Is that all right with a second?
That's fine. And I do want to, for some context, that why this is especially helpful for the maker of the motion as well as myself. We serve on the Transportation and Public Safety Budget Committee, so we will be a part of reviewing that and having those debates with the broader committee. And so it's really helpful to have this perspective coming from this joint committee and say, we had this conversation among a bipartisan group of senators and House members from varying committees that came together, and this is what we came up with. So I do appreciate a stronger recommendation coming from a joint committee like this.
All right, sounds good. If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right, passes unanimously. Next recommendation, committee. Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to recommend, going back to a point I raised earlier about the KBI, and I know that they were going to email to us sort of the specific funding requests, and okay, we got that. Okay. Sorry.
Like a few minutes to review that.
I've got it in front of me. So I would make a motion that the committee support the KBI's operational enhancement requests for FY25 as written, as they're in front of the committee.
All right. Is there a second for that recommendation?
I have some questions.
Second.
Okay. Representative Hoy seconded. Now discussion. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like the prior recommendation, especially when we're talking budget numbers and the support for this, I think I would like it, worded to review the operational enhancement requests and something, again, always in mind that there are other possible stakeholders who haven't been present here, but.
Okay. Further discussion? Well, we have a motion and a second on, let's see, recommending committee support for the enhancement request for the year 25, which everybody has a copy on. There is no further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, additional, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make the same motion with respect to the KHP budget enhancements that we just heard about from the superintendent. Same motion would recommend that the committee support that the committee support those KHP budget enhancements also for FY25.
All right, is there a second on Corson's motion? Senator Bowers seconds. Further discussion, committee. Bowers. Further discussion on the recommendation. Seeing none, all in favor of Corson's recommendation to support the enhancement request for the KHP say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Representative Smith.
I'd like to offer this for discussion anyway. But I think there should be a comprehensive review of the funding mechanism for community corrections.
Okay, do you want to, okay, so we have first by Representative Smith, second by Representative Carlin. So we get that part out of the way. Comprehensive review of the funding mechanism for community correction. Correct. Is that correct? Nope, that's not what we're talking about yet. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Clarify a little bit for me. Are we talking about just reviewing the grant process by which they're funded, or are we talking about the larger combination of possibly combining community corrections, court services, and parole under one supervision entity?
Well, I think when you say comprehensive, that's what you're looking at in the end game, but it is a convoluted funding process for them. And so that's why I use the word comprehensive. I think all of that needs to be taken into context when they review this, not simply what is the state's part, but rather how it's funded as an entity.
So would it be acceptable with the first and the second to say that we recommend a comprehensive review of community corrections, court services, and parole being combined under one supervision entity while also studying their funding and how they're funded?
I don't have a problem with that.
Go right ahead. Representative Carlin.
I had made that motion, I would probably have said comprehensive review of the structure and the funding of it. And now that may be too simple, but we do need to get the structure in there because that's what seems to bog it down all the time. And I've looked at it so many times and I just don't know what we have to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we need to specify who we're making this request to?
Which is fair. because this was going to be a recommendation I had if nobody else had it, that we recommend a legislative review of merging those agencies and request that legislative leadership create some kind of a subcommittee to actually study putting those agencies together. I wasn't thinking as much the funding for me, but obviously it all plays into funding, because I think there will be efficiencies found and that funding mechanism cleaned up in the event. Now, we could also have two recommendations, right? One that specifically, as you mentioned, reviews the funding mechanism for community corrections. We could have that as one, and then there could be a separate motion that I or someone else could make later to deal with, the combining of those organizations. I'll
Be
be
open to a discussion on it. I think, in speaking with Representative Hoffman, and some of the things you may run into, it would behoove us to have those who are public safety budget, overall budget, being able to look at this, because it's gonna touch in both. So I don't know how you would word that or how you would direct that, but I think that's what's going to have to happen from what we understand.
Okay, so to be clear, do you want to incorporate combining those, possibly the conversation of combining those organizations into your motion? Or do you just specifically want to look at community corrections funding, which was your original motion?
I think what you said about handing it off to leadership and letting them know what our committee has discussed here, and specifically this conversation, I think would probably answer that.
Okay. Representative Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, because I think both of them need to be looked at, but I think the funding part might be able to be done faster than the combining part. So where the combining part probably is not going to get done in this coming session.
Totally agree.
But yet the funding part possibly could be, possibly.
And I'll bet they'll have a say so on that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, so let's go ahead for the sake of argument and break this up into two recommendations then. Okay. The first being the comprehensive review of the funding mechanism for community corrections to be studied by, we want that to be the budget committee? Do we want to leave that up to leadership? Representative Carlin.
I think this has to come from the budget committee will have a say in it at some point, but I don't believe they should start it. I believe it should start with counties and cities and whoever's doing this. And we've got to bring them in before we start talking about whether to fund it or not through a budget committee.
Well, community corrections is currently funded through a grant process, the Kansas Department of Corrections. There are some of our community corrections that receive some benefit from their counties, but many of them do not. And so I think what Representative Smith was referring to was this very unique grant-funded process through KDOC is what he would like to have reviewed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. And if we somehow came up with that, my idea is simply, the budget would have that, or public safety budget would have that in future years to look at independently, rather than, we've also got to include this grant funding for KDOC. Then we're looking at it as its own entity. They're down 51 folks out there that could be keeping people out of prison. And I think part of that has to do with, KDOC has to make sure they have enough money for their own operations. And so I think it gives us a way to look at it independently. And I think that's where we're suffering.
So could we say a comprehensive review of the funding mechanism for community corrections to be studied by legislative committees, decided by legislative leadership?
Yeah.
There we go. Does that work for you?
Yeah, I put some bigger words in there, but it's not necessary.
That work for you on the second, Senator Bowers? Or was that your second? That was, Sidney Cartland's second. Very good. Unfortunately, that's a yes or a no question.
I'll let it go.
I assume that is a yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we get one more repeat on that, please? Sorry.
You guys are having far too much fun. Okay, we're recommending a comprehensive review of the funding mechanism for community corrections to be studied by a legislative committee, which is decided by a legislative committee that is decided by legislative leadership. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right, got that one through. Then I am going to go ahead and make a motion that we recommend that I'm hesitant to make the motion. Hold on, let me back that up for a second. Let me think about that one for a second. Let's move on to other recommendations. I don't want to have to repeat myself 38 times. Further recommendations. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a follow-up recommendation from something that has come before this committee before. And for those who weren't here last year, we did have a unanimous recommendation that our chairperson submit a request to the Judicial Council for a review of the state standard ground law. And in the meantime, the previous meeting, we had put that up as a possible topic for this meeting, but after that, the Judicial Council declined our committee's request. So I've come up with a request to keep this going as far as trying to access some more of that information. And I can pass this around just so that you have.
Why don't we ask staff to help pass that around?
Oh, thank you. Yes.
You can begin explaining that.
So this request would ask our chairperson to, on behalf of our committee, put a request into Kansas Legislative Research Department to review state standard ground laws. And then it provides more specific data and information that we would be looking for. And the reason this came about, let me find it in here. Under prosecutors' charging decisions, we had more of a discussion about this last year. An initial decision not to prosecute any case. This arose from the killing of Cedric Lofton. It highlighted the role the prosecutors play in implementing Kansas self-defense law. And so this is taking a deeper dive and looking at, since we do have pretrial immunity and ended affirmative defense with the changes to this law in 2010, how many of these cases are going are being dismissed versus going to trial. It's a deeper dive into reviewing this law. These changes were unanimous through a couple different bills in 2010. So the committees, I think the reason we moved forward with this type of request last year is because it seems an appropriate time to review the impacts of a law like that, especially in the case when there's such a high profile tragic situation. So this would be a research request and data collection effort to learn more about the impacts of that law.
All right, thank you for that explanation. Is there a second to the Hoy recommendation? All right, Representative Heiberger has seconded. For further discussion, Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember that discussion last year. I believe it was a unanimous request. My understanding is that Senator Baumgartner wrote a letter to the Judicial Council requesting the review that we asked for, and they rejected it because they felt it was outside their scope. And I believe they felt it was a research request, basically what we're asking for here, rather than they didn't think that reviewing the law was a good idea. So I think the way this is structured, I think it would accomplish what we were asking for last time. It doesn't commit us to pursuing any legislation. It just gives us the information to review to see if something like that would be warranted.
Okay. Let me ask the question before we carry on. I've got Senator Fagg next. Is this something that our legislative research can do? I mean, that's kind of an important part of this request.
Mr. Chairman, Merle Riedel, fiscal analyst with Legislative Research. Lindsay might have a different thoughts, but I think this is something that the legislative research could deal with, depending on the scope and time. But we would need to check with our director a little bit. That's a mealy-mouthed answer, but I think we could do it. I'm just not sure. It's hard to tell what sort of resources, but this would fall within the scope of what we do.
do.
Okay. All right. Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being new on this is kind of new to me, so we didn't go over this. The first thing I thought of, Representative, is can't you do that? Can't you just ask for that research yourself? Why do we have to have the committee do that? I'm wondering if you couldn't do that and then bring it back before the joint committee. That was my thought.
You are correct. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. You are, that is correct. Individual legislators can put in research requests. The reason that I think it's important to get a backing of a committee like this is because then it will become publicly available and posted and have a place somewhere where people could refer to it. If an individual legislator does that, it's a little bit more difficult to put those findings out there to the people.
Follow up, Senator Fack. Okay. All right. Additional questions. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree that I'm not sure where this would end up, because especially if we just do it like this has no end game to it. It's just simply saying that if an individual asks for it, then the research was going to give them information. I guess that they would just simply send it to every committee member what the finding is. Is that what would happen in this situation? Because there's nothing like, we're suggesting that this is looked at by after the information is gathered. So to me, it's too open-ended.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the makeup of the committee this session, I don't think we heard any discussion about stand your ground laws and how they've been implemented and used by prosecutors or not used. Some of the recommendations here seems to imply that we heard about certain cases that in fact we didn't hear about. And in fact, I don't think we heard any information about prosecutors determining whether to charge or not charge. And I also wonder whether it is something that legislative research could determine. I mean, some of these questions proposed here are the number of times law enforcement declined to arrest a person who had used deadly force. I mean, do we have those kind of statistics? And the number of times prosecutors declined to prosecute a person who used deadly force because they determined the use of force was justified. Now, maybe KLRD can provide that information, but I just don't find that this particular request is related to what this committee heard this session.
Representative Carlin.
Well, a couple of things. When I look at this, I say, yeah, if I was sitting down with research person and making the request of legislative research for this study, that person that I was be the director or whoever I would be bringing it to ask for the request, they would help me narrow down into things that they can do. This is not set in stone. It can't be set in stone. We can't pass this and say, this is what we want to do. This is subject to the ability of legislative research to act on our concerns. We did a study similar to that, and I brought it because I knew this was something we had hoped would be on our agenda. At the end of last year, we thought we would be discussing it again after the Judicial Council did it. So it would come back here. This is something our community did, and it's just a research that's pretty much the same as what's in this. So it's possible to do some. The research people would tell us what they couldn't do out of a piece of paper like this. I'm quite confident they've narrowed me down a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. Merle, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to clarify, the legislative research can do this type of research for an individual committee, but it sounds like the maker of the motion feels like it has more weight if it comes from the committee. If it comes from the committee, we would largely work with the committee chairman to shape that. If it was an individual legislator, we would work with that individual. If it's a committee, just because of the logistical inability to work with every member of this committee, it would be the chair that we would be working with to shape that. If the committee wants to, that could be released to all committee members. Because it's released to all committee members at a certain point, that would become available on the website. So it would be a public record document. But I just want to distinguish, that's the difference when an individual legislator asks for it. We're working with that one. If it's a committee, that's really the chair then that we are working with at that point.
I appreciate that clarification. Representative Heiberger.
Yeah, I'd just like to respond briefly to Senator Warren's concerns. I mean, there was a request to have a brief discussion of this item on the agenda for this meeting, and that was declined. And I would be really disappointed if just the mere fact that the committee membership has changed a little bit since last time would mean that we can't pursue a unanimous request of interest by the previous year's committee.
Additional discussion committee. Representative Resman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So during this period of research and everything, when it comes to probable cause, if an officer decides or doesn't have probable cause to arrest, it doesn't state why, and I think just because it's probable cause or not probable cause, there's got to be a determining factor of why that didn't happen. And as far as charging, I mean, we've gotten decline of prosecution from our DA in the past, and they would spell out, what needed to be followed up. So that would be considered a decline of prosecution, but yet you can go back in 6 months and complete your investigation and resubmit it, and that would be an arrest. So you'd be showing a decline of prosecution possibly and an arrest on the same case. So I just be concerned, especially on the probable cause. There's no defining reason why that didn't happen.
Okay. Further discussion, committee. All right, we have a motion and a second for the recommendation provided by Representative Hoy on the Stand Your Ground research request. All in favor of that request say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. We will not make that recommendation. Representative Heiberger.
I may file a minority report, Mr. Chair.
Understood. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would appreciate if we did do, I would like to pursue this study, and so move forward with this and like it to be published in a minority report.
All right. So is that, you guys help me out with the minority report business. Haven't done this before. Somebody help me explain the procedural motion to make that happen.
Yes, so an individual can submit a minority report. That typically that legislator will write that minority report. You can also request KLRD staff help craft that minority report. That is that does not become part of the official report, so the normal formatted document stays as it is, but the minority report can be appended to that document and is made available. So it is not the official voice of the committee, but it is attached to the report.
And as a result, that does not require a vote. Is that correct? Or does that require a vote of this committee to have a minority report?
It is my understanding that does not require a vote. An individual can include a minority report.
Very good. Then that has been, I just wanted to make sure procedurally we got it right. So thank you for that. And that is duly noted. Further recommendations, committee. Okay, let's do Senator Fagg first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one's a little different. Being a new guy here. Listening to corrections, give you a little history to this. I live in El Dorado. So you got the Lake El Dorado there. It's the largest state park in Kansas. 1 million people go there a year. I've had 3 or 4 people call me up and say, Mike, would you go on a ride with me? And so we go out, and you cannot believe how bad a shape the picnic tables are in, the bathrooms are. So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, with corrections, maybe they could take some of those into the prison and repair those. And we actually take and have Wildlife and Parks pay for them. Somebody's going to have to do this. And so that would give the guys in the prison something to do. It'd be doing something for the parks. And the other part is I would have tourism in this, because if you think about it, when somebody comes from Oklahoma to this park and they go on a picnic table that you'd rather sit on the ground than sit on that picnic table, how are they going to feel going home, and how does that fit into our tourism we're trying to do? So it's kind of a three-ring circus in this deal. That my motion is to explore a joint project with the corrections, wildlife, and parks, and I'd even put tourism in that so they could be there for discussion about repairs and see if there's some way that they could work together.
All right, you got the general idea. Do I have a second on that recommendation?
I'll second.
All right, Representative Smith is the second. So again, just to get the clarification on the wording correct.
Yes.
You recommend that KDWP explore working with KDOC to repair picnic tables and other items at our state parks.
Right. Tourism might be in that conversation. They might help pay for some of that. Who knows?
That explanation, get it? You guys are both good with that? Just want to make sure. Representative Hoffman?
I would even expand that a little bit more and give them, I don't know if you just necessarily say picnic tables. And I mean, I agree. A lot of our parks are not in good shape. And part of it is because they just don't have the personnel to maintain them. So maybe it's a work with them to help with the maintenance. And so I don't know if we want to, it's fine either way, but maybe we don't want to limit it quite as much. Give them the ability to make that arrangement as far as they want to make it.
So recommend the exploration, KDWP tourism, work with KDOC to complete needed repairs and maintenance at state parks. That work for you guys? Representative Carlin, do you have a follow-up?
Well, you said that well.
I'll try to take notes as we go and make sure that
I'm in favor of that. I will say that it will be in my budget committee, and I will have a hard time with it because people will say we're competing with the private sector. But I'm ready. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Smith.
I wish there were a way that we could modify that, because I can tell you John Redmond Reservoir is half U.S. Corps of Engineer and half state park. And I'm not sure what it's going to look like if we do only half that park. But, you know, if it worked out, maybe there's something we could do to work out with Corps of Engineers later.
I mean, it's possible we could add the State Corps of Engineer into that conversation.
Well, it's the U.S. Corps of Engineers,
yeah, exactly.
So it would be up to them.
Senator Fack.
Mr. Chairman, the only reason that I was doing that was because of the prison located close to the deal. So I don't want to explain, but that would sure be a great way to see how does that work and then expand it.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that you could certainly help kind of guide that conversation, recognizing that this was kind of specific to El Dorado, but to Representative Hoffman's point, the idea is if it could work somewhere else and could benefit those institutions and our state parks, then why not?
Yeah.
Representative Hoffman?
I don't want to belabor it, but I mean, we heard from the women's prison, they're busing those women an hour it's 2 hours actually every day, to work at Russell Stover's. So a lot of our prisons are within an hour or so from our parks. So, I mean, I think there's some possibility there.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say though that there's women are being bused to make a fair living wage. They said somewhere $11 to $16 an hour for some of these jobs. So do we have any thoughts as far as the committee goes on if we're what type of fair and pay would be offered to the individuals doing these projects?
Representative Fack.
Mr. Chairman, I would think in that conversation, Representative, that they would need to be paid. Wildlife and parks would need to pay correction somehow on the people that's out there. So that's and if there's a problem in that area, tourism could be in that picture too. So,
sure. All right, further conversation? Seeing none, all in favor of Senator Fagg's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a recommendation that the House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee and the Senate Judiciary Committee review the implementation of HB 2021, including hearing from all relevant stakeholders. And I really appreciated the time that we gave to that in this committee. I'm very appreciative of that. That was a big piece of legislation. And some of what we heard was just that it is too new to really know how things are going. So I think we would all benefit from just hearing, with the advantage of the passage of some time, about how implementation is going. If you think back, the assessment was just actually, I think October 1st was the date that the assessment, we met on October 2nd. And so I just think we would benefit from kind of hearing about how the implementation is going when we're a little bit further down the road. So that's the reason for that recommendation. Thank you.
Recommendation that House Corrections and Juvenile Justice and Senate Judiciary receive an update on the implementation of House Bill 2021 from all relevant stakeholders. Second by Representative Hoffman. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Further recommendations? Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a recommendation, just I guess more of a request. I know this puts a lot of work on the chairs, but if there's any way you could think to let the rest of the committee know when that is, if we're not following as closely on the agendas, that would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly. Thank you. Further recommendations before I start my list? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One idea that I thought about was to explore a matching grant in the specialty courts program. So we have a little trouble with how that's working with that. And I would envision that if the state did a 50-50 match on a good specialty courts program, that might be enough incentive to get the locals to want to throw some money on this too. Because I would think that them having some skin in the game would be a good thing for everyone. So I guess my motion would be to explore matching grant in the specialty courts program. I don't know how else to throw that.
So support exploring matching grant opportunities as it relates to specialty courts
Program. Yeah.
Who do you propose that needs to do said exploration? Because we got to assign it to somebody.
To the chairman of, no.
Thanks.
That's a good question, because it goes back to the judge from Cowley County. You know, I'm thinking his deal and exactly his funding and where that comes from. So I think it'd have to be the state side of wherever
The specialty court funding task force probably would be the.
Well, they have one.
Way. Yeah, we heard from them earlier today. The specialty court funding.
That's who we do that.
We're going to assign it to them. Yes, exactly. Second by Representative Heiberger. Further discussion, committee. Go right ahead, Representative Heiberger.
Yeah, my only concern about referring it to the task force is I'm not sure they have any staff support, and it's all volunteer. Or did they say they have some staff support?
Yeah, we do have, there is one staff member. Yep.
Okay, all right.
All right. All in favor of the FAG recommendation, say aye. Opposed, no. All right. That is in our recommendations. Representative Hoffman.
I think we need to continue our push to get a youth intervention center. I mean, it's kind of been something we have had on every year, and I don't remember the exact wording that we've had, but I think we need to continue to have that in our report and push that. Those are important, and it's taken way too long to get them, but hopefully we're getting closer. So that would be my a recommendation. I think we could probably almost just have it was listed last year.
Do you, so we have
right
by Senator Warren. Can we look back at the recommendation from last year and somebody read that to me? Read that to us, excuse me. The whatever wording was in last year's report as it relates to supporting the juvenile crisis intervention centers. Yeah, the funding, at least a portion of the funding can come from the JJOC's fund. Right, right. I'm just curious what was in there last year, and if not, we can certainly craft something that is some kind of legislative support, if you will, or committee support for the creation of those centers and encouraging.
Yeah, I thought we had something in there last year, but maybe.
All right.
Okay.
Meredith found something for us. What do you got, Meredith?
Meredith Fry, Kansas Legislative Research. So it was kind of a longer recommendation. It says the committee requests the Secretary for Children and Families to report on the progress of the Juvenile Crisis Intervention Center law to the House Committee on Appropriations, Senate Committee on Ways and Means, House Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, Senate Committee on Judiciary, the House Committee on Health and Human Services, and the Senate Committee on Public Health and Welfare by February 1st, 2023.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I think I changed it to 2024 and be good.
So be it. Oh, hold on. I'm getting the eyebrow raise from Natalie, the reviser. Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just note that there is kind of a change from this committee last year to this committee this year, in that you guys did pass House Bill 2021, which made some changes to the Juvenile Crisis Intervention Centers. And so you might want to kind of phrase it more like an update on the implementation since the passage of that legislation, because that changed the criteria.
Okay.
Yeah. That work?
Yeah, that's fine. As long we just want to continue to push for those to get built.
Agreed. Does that go with the second?
It does, except don't we already have a recommendation that we have an update on HB 2021 and its implementation? I guess it doesn't hurt to ask twice, but.
Yeah, this is just more specific, I believe, to the Juvenile Crisis Intervention Centers. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Further discussion on that committee? All right. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right. That one passes as well.
Ready for a new one?
Let's do it. Senator Fack.
I need to turn this on.
Oh, yeah, that would help.
I turned it off. From the conversation we had about the audit, you know, when he said 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know what they actually did with that. Kansas is ranked 49th, and I think there's things that we need to be doing in our state facilities that you might be surprised, putting new windows in certain facilities, and the heating and air system will save us money.
And so are you suggesting, you're requesting that the KDOC does an energy audit on their facilities and and to appropriate the funds for them to do that?
Yes. I think that will pay for itself. I haven't been to all the facilities, but from what I've seen and that kind of thing, there could be some positive things that would come out of that.
All right. Is there a second on? Representative Heiberger is the second. Committee discussion. Question that I would have is on, are you specifically looking at prisons? Or all KDOC facilities?
I am thinking all facilities. It'd be interesting how this kind of report would come out and we could review that kind of thing.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify? You referenced appropriate money. You're talking appropriate money to do the study or appropriate money to implement energy efficiency features?
Just the study. I think we would take the study and then you can make decisions off that.
Makes sense.
And I'm sorry, just one more. And that report, you would like that submitted back to this committee at a certain point or to another committee?
What do you think, Mr. Chairman? You know, like when they look at their 5-year plan, I'd love to see an energy audit on maybe some of the improvements they want to do. Or we're laying there seeing one that they didn't put on the 5-year plan that just jumps out at you. It says we could better spend our money in this area.
How about we have it returned to this committee as well as the appropriate budget committees in the House and Senate?
I'm just trying to think the timing if they were to Yeah, let me think about the deadline of when that should occur so that it hits this committee and would be available to the other committees when they come back to session.
So it's probably, so thinking about the process, right? The appropriation process, even if it was a requested budget enhancement for the 24 budget, that still likely wouldn't get done until the end of 24 session, which means that they likely wouldn't have time to put it out for RFP and get it done by when the 24 committee, interim committee would meet. So do you suggest that that be for then the 25 budget committees and interim committees?
Mr. Chairman, I'm thinking of the product because there's no way they can get an energy audit done for this session. So maybe it gets reported back to this committee,
Okay.
you know, next year, and then that would be something that we could kind of work into it at that point.
So
Hey, it would be some good information to make good decisions on.
so how about we say reports back to this committee next year if complete,
Yes.
and if not, the following year in 25.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with doing it. But I'm not sure, we may be stepping in front of something that's on their list to do now. I would say that, didn't somebody say they had 4 million? Oh, there's Randy. They had, I can't understand that. that they had $4 million. They were going to do certain things now. I would not want anything to not get done that was in the works because of this request. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think that's,
And we've already done FY24 budget, so it's 25 budget.
well, we could do a
We
budget
could-
adjustment for
We
24.
could do that, but if we're going to do an audit first, we'd probably be looking at 20.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page.
Thank you.
Merle,
Sorry,
you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
If you want to appropriate that funds, that means that appropriation has to occur this session. So really, the 2024 will be very limited in the time that they could do that because they really wouldn't have those funds available until the end of session. So it might be that they have that report to this committee in the interim of the 2025 session. So after 2025, that would give them ample time to do that report and report back to this committee.
So we're going to request the appropriation for the 25 budget to have an energy audit for all KDOC facilities to then be reported back to the interim committee on corrections and juvenile justice in the year 2025. Is that right? Because in 24, we'll work on the 25 budget. And then that will give them, in essence, a full year almost, if not a little longer, to get it done and to report it back to us. Well, if we make the request for the appropriations in the 25 budget, then July 1 of 24, when the 25 budget starts, they could send it out for RFP and hopefully get it done.
Yeah, I mean, actually, we could. Yes, I mean, it's going to be it would be in a supplemental that could get done early in the year, early in session, and become that money could become available to them as soon as that supplemental is. So it could happen earlier than July. I understand what you're saying. I'm just thinking, how long does an energy audit usually take? I mean, I don't know.
Why do you?
My thought is if they did do it during 2024, I don't want them to limit them to be able to come to the 25 legislature with some of those changes just because they think they have to wait till they come another year to
You can add or sooner if available.
There we go, something like that. That'd be fine. There we go.
But I do think that
it probably will take a while.
It will be a long process. There's a lot of KDOC facilities, and I can imagine that is going to be a costly and time-consuming endeavor to do. Not saying that it's not worth it. I just think that it will be a costly and time-consuming endeavor. Okay, so are we on the same page, or do you guys really want me to try to repeat all of that? Oh yeah, your microphone is not on. Representative Carlin, would you care to repeat yourself?
Didn't want it on. Well, I don't have any idea the scope of this. I mean, 8 facilities of prisons is enough to keep them busy for a while. But when we add all their properties, I just am concerned about that. So I think they could deliver us back a plan so that they could do it as they think they should structure it. I mean, phase 1 is this prison, phase 2 is, I mean, whatever. Thank you, Mr.
I think that you will get efficiencies of scale in putting out the RFP for all facilities, and then having them all done at one time is going to save money than having them done, 3 this year, 4 the next year, 5 the next year. At least that would be my presumption. Now, certainly open if they want to amend their motion in some way, shape, or form. Just wait till I ask the revisers to repeat my motion or the motion. Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a representative from KDOC here. Would it be appropriate to ask that person whether they would support us making a appropriation request on their behalf?
I would have no objection to our representative from KDOC chiming in on this very topic.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. Thank you for having this discussion. We would welcome the opportunity to do this work. And I'm so grateful that the senator is saying, yeah, it's going to cost some money. So I have no idea how to estimate how much for you. And then timeline wise, yeah, I'm struggling back there. I think the same way I hear your discussion, don't know how long it takes XYZ company to do this kind of work. But as a quick refresher, we have 254 buildings and 3.6 million square feet, and that is just our prisons. Our parole offices, of which there are 17, and central office being an 18th office, are all leased, I believe. I'll caveat that with mostly leased spaces. So my assumption would be you would be intending us not to maybe look at those because we don't own the buildings. We may not want to put taxpayer money in a building we don't own, but I'll just throw that out there for your consideration.
Further questions or clarification that we need?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, can he introduce himself?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm very sorry. Randy Bowman, Executive Director of Public Affairs for the Kansas Department of Corrections.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. 26 or 27 days.
Something about like that. I haven't done the math.
And 2 hours and 3 minutes and 38 seconds. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so hardly know where to start with this. Let me see if I can put this into words, and if one of you guys want to take a crack at this, I'm certainly happy to allow you to. Oh, Merle's gonna volunteer.
I'll do it. I have that the recommendation is request KDOC conduct an energy audit of regarding utilities utilization at correctional facilities and other property owned by the state, and appropriate the funds for the study for the FY 2025. Report is to be submitted to CJJO in the FY 2025 interim or sooner if available.
That was fantastic. Does that meet your guys? Okay. Very good. Further discussion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right. The ayes have it. Additional recommendations committee. All right. It's my turn. Yep. I have mine written down though. Okay, my first recommendation, and this is something that we heard during our discussion of House Bill 2021, was the need to define incrementally. If you guys will recall, we talked about, we used the word incrementally in being able to extend the case length and the probation length limits of our juveniles, and there was some concern that because that wasn't defined, nobody knew what that was. I would suggest that incrementally means a 90-day extension. So we're going to define 90 days. So to incrementally extend juvenile probation or case length limits. And this is all in that context of them not fulfilling their evidence-based treatment willfully and all of that wording, but that we define incrementally as a 90-day extension. That is my recommendation. Do I have a second? Yep. Question first.
Can we have it be no more than 90 days rather than 90 days?
Okay, so we have a second with Representative Carlin. So help me understand, Representative Heiberger, that incrementally is defined as no more than 90 days.
Right, rather than have it be mandatorily 90 days in any instance.
Does that work for our revisers?
Mr. Chairman, that's squarely a policy decision. You guys could make it say whatever you want. I do have one question though. So the House Bill 2021 only changed overall case length limits. The ability to add time to the probation limit was something that you guys changed back in, I think, 2017 or 2018 after Senate Bill 367 passed. So that word incrementally is actually only used, I think, for the overall case length limit. So I didn't know if you wanted these, the changes that you're talking about to apply to both or just to the overall case length limit.
How is it on the probation? How is that defined, or that extension?
Mr. Chairman, so right now there's criteria that's used to decide to extend the overall case length limit, and then there's criteria that's used to decide to extend the probation limit. They're not exactly the same, so that criteria doesn't match up. When it talks about extending them, that word incrementally was already in there because it was talking about extensions for probation length limit. So that didn't change from whether you could, extend the overall case length limit to match or not. So it might take a little bit of, massaging or deciding what you want to, because you may not, 90 days might make sense for overall case length limit, but that's unlikely to make sense for the probation length limit for all risk levels of juveniles.
Okay, so if we just say up to 90 days for the case length limit, right? Incrementally is defined as up to 90 days for the case length limit. Does that still provide the flexibility on the probation limit? I can also withdraw that motion for now, let you guys work on that while I move on to the next motion, and we can circle back to that one as well. I certainly know we're running low on time. Representative Carlin.
Is this what we were talking about, to avoid stacking time on time on time?
No, this was specifically referred to by the chairman of the JJOC, Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, and some concern within the wording of the statute because we did not define what incrementally meant as far as extending the case length limit. We put in there that it could be extended incrementally, and he said it is left it wide open so that we need to put some definition of a time frame in there.
Mr. Chairman, just for context, I can tell you what the overall case length limits are now, and then you can determine whether you think 90 days is like the appropriate amount of time. So misdemeanants can stay under court jurisdiction up to 12 months. Low and moderate risk offenders who are adjudicated for a felony can be under court jurisdiction up to 15 months. And then high risk offenders adjudicated for a felony can be under jurisdiction for 18 months. So.
Okay. But if we put the up to 90 days, it gives the judge then that discretion as to whether it's 15 more days, 30 more days, or what it is. Okay. So I have no objection to that. Now, Representative Carlin, do you have an objection to the up to 90 days?
And I also, I wanted to clarify, is this a request for a bill that would be sponsored by this committee or just a recommendation to be made?
Well, I think that it is. It's a great question. So from that perspective, we have the ability as a committee to recommend legislation, correct?
You can actually introduce legislation.
Okay, then that would be my request is that the committee recommend and introduce the legislation to define incrementally as up to 90 days. All right. Further discussion on this topic. Oh yeah, Representative Carlin, are you good with that? Okay. Okay, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Got that one done. The next recommendation I have has to do with the, oh, hold on. House. I don't think we need a second on that one. Okay. TBRI training. We heard about the trust-based intervention training and how beneficial that was. I think it would be good to have a committee recommendation that we recommend that the judicial branch as well as DCF send an information gathering group to Williams County, Texas, who has implemented this, as we understood, if I remember that correctly in my notes, to study this TBRI and possibly figure out how it can be implemented within our courts and within our Department of Children and Families. Second by Senator Fagg. Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I could support this if it was recommended they investigate it with the option of a trip to Texas.
That's perfectly fine by me. I just want to make sure that it's on their radar because I think everybody here agreed this is a pretty remarkable program that could certainly be beneficial if implemented in the state of Kansas. So I have no objection to that. Senator Fagg, any objection on the second? Okay. Further discussion on that? Representative Hoy?
I guess for me, it was a good presentation, but I'm not familiar with a lot of other evidence-based trauma-informed care training and programming. So I'd like it to be a little more broad of, I don't know that this is the appropriate entity to select a specific training or program to be used without vetting some others. So I don't know if you'd be willing to make that more of just to explore evidence-based training programs, making that a requirement.
So they already utilize a lot of those evidence-based training programs. And so from what I learned, I specifically like this one. And again, it allows them to investigate it, not that we're forcing their implementation of it as much as I would kind of like to do that. I don't think that's what we need to do, but that the wording be as such that we recommend the DCF and the judiciary further investigate TBRI from a fact-finding perspective and consider its implementation across their networks.
Thank you.
That makes sense? That makes sense with you? All right. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Okay. Let's see. What I would like to do, and I will ask staff to help me figure out how to word this, as it relates to the discussion around combining the community corrections, court services, and parole, I would like to make sure that it is on the radar of this committee next year, because I don't think that there's going to be any time to address this legislative session. Next interim, we have elections, and I don't think the time is going to be there. But if we make sure that it's on the radar of our interim committee next year to be discussed and possibly recommended for the following year, what would be a good way to word that? Correct. Yep, pretty much. Go ahead, Merle. Put it into words for us.
Just one idea is you could have the Department of Corrections work with some of the stakeholders to compile a report to submit to this committee at the next interim for consideration about consolidation of those supervisory elements.
I appreciate that, but I don't know that I want to task KDOC with that quite yet. I'd like to just request that this committee have it as a topic of study, and then that committee would then possibly make recommendations for some kind of structure, whether it's, having KDOC, of course, at the table, but with all the stakeholders at the table. So I don't want to put that burden on anybody other than the committee to revisit the topic and to consider it. Just because if not, I'm afraid that, it'll get lost in election season and legislative session. And that way it's at least on there for next year. And then we can count on staff who stays on top of everything to remind us of this recommendation at our organizational meeting next year. All right, do I have a second? Representative Hoffman seconds. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right. Got it. So that passed. Let's see. The only other one, TBRI. Two more, and I'm trying to be quick. I would like to make a recommendation that a bill be introduced to move the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center to be general fund funded versus fee funded, and allow those fees that they currently receive to flow into the general fund. Do I have a second? Representative Resman. Discussion. Seeing none. Oh,
just want to clarify, do you envision that incurring in FY 2025 or beyond FY 2025?
I would incur the bill being introduced for the 24 session to be implemented for the 25 budget year. Representative Heiberger. We've got a second. The second was from Representative Resman.
Well, I guess I wouldn't mind considering the option of having the fees lapse. Fees lapse, go away.
No, under my recommendation, the fees, just like we did with the judicial branch, those fees continue to just flow into the general fund. I envision that those fees continue to just flow into the general fund. I suppose then there could, Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, I think it's two different things, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I think the more of these we get moved to state general fund, then we can have that discussion on either lowering those or lapsing those. Because right now, if we do say, well, we want to lower that fee, then we have, I'm not sure what other agencies are also getting money from those different funds. And they'll be coming in and say, hey, you're going to cut our budget. So I think it's two different things. I mean, we could maybe be something to look at for next year.
I was just thinking about the portion of those fees that are allocated to this particular agency. And I'm concerned that the way in the previous years, our justice system had been fee driven. But I think I certainly.
Yeah, so I agree. And I think that gives us the flexibility, just like it has with the judicial branch. When we look at fines and fees and elimination or changes therein, we no longer have them in our ear saying, well, if you do this, then you have to give us more money over here. So I'll just stick with my recommendation for the time being. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Last one on my list. What's that? Yes. Sure. Okay, the last one on my list, and I know everybody's ready to go. But we heard discussion over the juvenile sentencing in that situation where a 17-year-old will ultimately get out after having been sentenced on the murder. And so I would like a committee recommendation that a bill be introduced that juveniles that are age 16 and 17 that are charged with an off-grid felony are presumed to be directly filed in adult court, and that there is a process created where there is a reverse waiver where the juvenile can file a motion to bring it back to juvenile court, but that the presumption for off-grid felonies for 16 and 17-year-olds be filed in adult court. Do I have a second? Representative Hoffman, discussion. Representative Heiberger.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I'm going to oppose your recommendation. I think what we heard was a one-sided presentation on a case that probably has three more stories to tell. And it's from one incident in one jurisdiction. And I think before I could support a recommendation to make that change, I would want more information about how this works, in some more statistical data about how this has happened in other counties. And I don't feel I have anywhere near enough information to support a recommendation like that right now.
Additional, go ahead. Nope, turn your mic on.
I do not want to diminish all the tragedy that family has suffered, but I would need more information to support that.
And I can totally appreciate that. What I would say in rebut to that is, if a bill is introduced, we're going to have a hearing. We're going to hear from all sides, proponents, opponents, neutral. This is something that is done already in other states. I will certainly have more information as that comes up to a hearing, but I do know that this direct file with this reverse waiver is a process that already exists in other states. I think that what this does is it puts the burden of proof back on the juvenile to state that the juvenile things occur versus the requirement that the prosecutor map them up. It's reversing that process. Because while I recognize we only heard of one incident, we also heard from the district attorney on how that process works. And to some extent, the high and the whys and hows. And so I think the hearing will fully vet that process out. Representative Heiberger.
I guess I don't doubt that at all, but I guess rather than have this committee initiated, I think if it was concerned by some stakeholder agency, they could bring the bill to us and we could hear it during that process.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly don't want to diminish the tragedy that we heard about in committee. When we're talking about shifting the burden of proof lies with the state, and to shift the burden of proof to the juvenile and to the defendant, I would like to hear some more information before it rises to the level of a recommendation one way or the other of this committee. So I'm uncomfortable with the recommendation of this committee, that I haven't heard a lot of both sides of the issue. And again, when we're shifting the burden of proof in a criminal context, that has a lot of big implications, especially in our juvenile justice system. I know you said that other states have done that, but I'd probably feel more comfortable having other stakeholders move this forward rather than this committee at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, committee. All right. All in favor of my last recommendation, say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and I didn't bat 100% today. That's all right. Still, did pretty close. Yeah, what can you say? I'll take what I can get. All right, committee, are there further recommendations? Surely there are some more. Okay, fair enough. Well, committee, thank you guys very much for your work, for being here, for your engagement and your involvement. I hope that you found this as informative and enlightening as I did. I'd also like to specifically approve minutes from our last committee. Those have been emailed out, as I understand. Do I have a motion? Motion by Senator Corson to approve the minutes. Second. Oh, nope. Do I have a second? Senator Bowers, discussion? Okay. Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually present during that meeting, but it isn't reflected in the minutes, so.
All right. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I make a substitute my motion to approve the minutes with the change reflecting Representative Smith's attendance?
Very good. Second, Senator Bowers. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye. Opposed, no. Very good. The minutes pass. And I would like to take a minute to thank our staff. I know this is a lot of work for you guys. We certainly put you guys through the ringers, especially to Meredith and others that helped organize this meeting and help me make all the phone calls and emails and put this all together. It is truly appreciated. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank our chair as well for putting together the agenda. And we heard from a lot of stakeholders these last 3 days. And thank you for putting that together. And it was very informative, especially to those of us who haven't been on the committee before. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. With that in mind, committee, we will be adjourned and have safe travels home.